Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. It's a beautiful blue sky Wednesday night. The rain is kind of out of the way now, at least temporarily, at least for a race night. And let's get a look at the card of racing. Note the temperature will be recorded as 26 degrees Celsius, track fast. And turning our attention to race number 1. Number 4, Jafar Dulac, the driver, Anthony Hahn. Race 1 for Anthony Hahn will drive. Race number 2, number 8, Royal Lifestyle is scratched. Race 2-8, Royal Lifestyle is scratched. Note that number 10 will move in and score post position 8, and Scotty Coulter will drive. Scott Coulter drives the 8. Race number 3, 4 and 5, all have no changes. No changes, races 3, 4, 5. Race number 6, number 4, Let's Take to the Sky is scratched. Race 6, scratch 4, Let's Take to the Sky. The 7th race, number 8, Sheena Soldier, the driver, Anthony Hahn. Anthony Hahn drives number 8, Sheena Soldier. And races 8, 9, and 10 have no changes. No changes. Races 8, 9, and 10. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Note that Anthony Hahn will drive 1, Jafar Dulac. And the second race, the 8 is out, the 10 draws in, and Scott Coulter driving. It is 17 minutes to post time, and time to welcome in our color man and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a wonderful Wednesday night of harness racing action here at Grand River Raceway in Elora, Ontario. As Gary said, I am Robert Reed Jr. I'll be your on-air handicapper tonight. And Gary and I will, break down the races before and after each race as well. That's always a lot of fun for me, that post-race analysis. We've got 10 dashes on the card for you, and we've got 2 preferreds tonight. Race 4, we're going to see those preferred trotters. We've seen them each week, and it's another really talented field of trotters in store for us in race number 4. And then we're going to send you off with another great field in race 10, this time, though, of preferred mares on the pace. And I think that one is going to be another good one to end off the night. But as always, we're going to get started off in race number 1, and that's going to be our $2,500 guaranteed pick 5. Gary and I have mapped out tickets as usual, and hopefully we'll do better than we did last time when we both got bounced out in the first leg. We're going to come back with that in just a few moments.
Welcome to the Grand River Agricultural Society, home of the Grand River Raceway and the Grandway Event Center,
offering scholarships to those looking to study in the field of agriculture or environment.
We want to make your event dreams a reality.
And no matter a small, intimate wedding or a grand affair,
we're here to help.
Providing philanthropic support through community granting and impact investing.
At GRR, everything we do is driven by our ability to give back.
Enjoy great food and friendship at the Grandway Lounge with a menu full of fresh local ingredients.
Creating employment opportunities in the community.
We invite you trackside for fast-paced racing excitement and family fun entertainment.
Sharing our facilities to enrich the lives of our local community.
No matter why you're visiting Grand River, expect an experience.
All right, folks. Well, it's just about 7 minutes away until our opener, so it is the start of that pick 5 with a guaranteed pool of $2,500. Guess what? We're already over that. We're over $3,000 in that pool already. Gary and I have mapped out some tickets for you, and as usual, I will go first. And, I'm spending a little bit more than I did last time. Let's hope I do better, though, because I got bounced out in the very first leg last time. So here's a look at my tickets. And in the first leg, we're going to go 2 deep with the 5 and the 7. That's Chickaboom and Sunshine Love. And, my top selection is number 7, Sunshine Love. I do think this one will be tough to beat as long as, he does mind his manners. That last qualifier here at Grand River was fantastic. But I think you got to use Chickaboom as well. Right now, that horse is 1-9 on the board. That likely will not hold up, but something to definitely consider. In the second leg, I'm going to go 4 deep with the 1, 3, 4, and 6. That's number 1, Can Do It All. Number 3, Ufton Abbey Hanover. Number 4, Get to the Point. And number 6, Dior Hall. I think it's a race that I want to spread out in. They're on the trot in that one. And I think I kind of want to have some coverage there. In the third leg, I'm going to go 2 deep with number 4, Snowa, and the 7, Better Deal. I like the way both these horses raced over at Georgian Downs in a grassroots events last time. So using just those 2 in that one. And then in the preferred trot, I think this is a real interesting event. I like number 4, Willie or Woney. I'm going to come back to him as my top selection, but I think the best horse in the race is number 6, Cool Muscle. So I'm going to go 4, 6, and 7. Willie or Woney, Cool Muscle, and Tricks and Stones, the winner last time, who raced fantastic in victory last time in this race. And then in the money leg, I am going all in on number 5, JKNR Like Tell. I think he lays over the field and is much the best. We've seen this story before with Team Hensley horses, and I think this one runs away with an easy victory in the money leg. My ticket is $9.60, but let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, I should tell you, first up is my ticket is $9.60. That might be the only thing we're going to have in common here. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are some common threads. But in the first race right away, I can tell you we're going to have a handicapping difference because my top 2 in the first race are 9 and 6. Now, I do have the 3, 6, 7, and 9, so at least I have one of your horses and your top horse, but it's my 4th horse in my handicapping in the first race. So we have a different opinion about the first race. The second race, I do have the 3 and 4. I like 4, Get to the Point, and Ufton Abbey Hanover. I originally had the 1 thrown in, and then I changed my mind, so that might, if I'm still alive, that might do me in. Race number 3, I do see it as 4 and 7, but I've added a horse, number 2, St. Lad's Bijou, just because of the way this one finished in each of the last couple races. Really was sharp closing and now gets an inside post. Maybe we could get a price on a horse that might get overlooked. We'll see if that happens. 4th race, I'm like you. I love Willie or Won't He, but I'm so afraid of 7, Tricks and Stones. Yes, the post is tough, but look at last race. That was just unbelievable that he was able to do what he did to win, spot the field about 5 lengths, park every step of the way, and still win by a length and a quarter. So he scares me. I didn't want to leave him off. I originally had the 4 keyed, and then I said, no. Let's make room for the 7. And then the 5th race, we're on the same page. Number 5, JKNR Like Tell. I do think lays over the field. $9.60, the price.
Well, there you have it, folks. Same price. But we only have one opportunity in this first leg for us to both cash tonight for Gary and I. So, there's definitely, that possibility. Hopefully it comes true. But as usual with our Pick 5 tickets, similar but different. Let's look now at this opening race. It's for 2-year-old colts on the pace. And interesting about this race for me is that every horse in the race is a homebred. None of these horses were purchased through a yearling sale. They're all homebreds. And I did go to number 7, Sunshine Love, as my top selection. And one of the reasons why was that last qualifier. Wow, it was spectacular. 158 and 4, won by 17 lengths. In against, horses of his own age. The time before that, on June the 30th, made a break in stride against older horses. And, well, I think that if this one can somehow, get off the gate well, and there's usually some gaps to be had in younger, races like this. So I think Sunshine Love will be able to get off the gate well. And if minds his manners, I think he'll be tough to beat. He's my top selection. Number 5, Chickaboom, is the horse that I am using underneath. And this one actually opened off with $300 to win in the win pool, and that's why this horse is still 1-5 on the board right now. I also like the way this one qualified, won by 5 lengths in 2 minutes and 3/5. And, well, I also respect the connections on this one. So I think the Chickaboom has a big chance in here, and that's why I went too deep in my pick 5. Going a little bit further, my third selection, number 3, Caporal. This horse is a first-time starter for Richard Moreau, qualified at Mohawk Park. And against Stu's Watching, ended up finishing 6 beaten 14 and 159 flat. Again, I respect the connections on this one and think that this one might be able to get away forwardly placed and land a piece somewhere underneath. And then I went to number 2, Stop the Shootin'. Post 2, inside post, and does show a horse on his paper that he qualified against 2-back. That's Do It for Josie, who I'm a big fan of, and she actually was scheduled to race in the Goals last night at Georgian Downs. He was scheduled to race the Goals last night at Georgian Downs. So I think Stop the Shootin' also has a chance to land somewhere underneath. But for me, it's mostly about number 7, Sunshine Love, and number 5, Chickaboom. That's where the betting action is going as well right now. The horses are heading out onto the track, and we'll come back and talk about it a little bit further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race number 1. It's a field of 9 on post parade. 1 is Fill the Bank, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Number 2, Stop the Shootin' Tullamore for Ted McDonnell and Geis Enterprise. Number 3 is Caporal. It's Brett McDonald for Richard Morrow. Number 4 is Jafar Dulac. It's Anthony Hahn for Eric Nadeau and Louis Bois. Number 5 is Chickaboom, Jamie Renault for Julie Walker and Harold Duguay. Number 6 is Mr. Dress Up, Austin Surrey for Bob McIntosh and Beverly Snowden. Beverly Snowbelin and Al McIntosh. Number 7 is Sunshine Love, Jay Harris for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson. Number 8 is Sports Stellar, Jason Ryan for Jean-Guy Beliveau and Troy Mark and Kimberly Mark. And number 9 is Aero Magic, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers. Field of 9, race number 1. We get a look at 2-year-old colts on the pace, and all but one are making a first start, and that one that's had one start is number 8, Sports Teller. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 7, Sunshine Love, and I did expect this one to take a fair amount of money. Is 7-2 on the board. What an outstanding qualifier here for Sunshine Love, and just romped. Has a post position problem, though, Rob. We'll see how that unfolds. How do you factor Sunshine Love in terms of how this one might leave?
Well, I certainly think this one's going to be forwardly placed off the gate. It's really the only chance that he has. The one thing I'll say that's good about these rookie-type races is that there should be gaps. A lot of these horses making their first lifetime start, so there should be a number of gaps, and maybe even this one can get away with the lead. And right now this will be telling for us with Jay Harris scoring this one down. And, looks pretty good on the track hitting that first turn. I would think that we can expect this one to be going forward off the gate.
And 3-1 on the board right now, and is looking sharp on the track there. There's number 5, Chickaboom, the other one that is that I thought would take a bunch of money. We'll look at 4-5 on the board. Your second choice, Chickaboom and J.B. Renault, one that qualified here, also had a good qualifier and a good 59 and 4 back half.
Yeah, this one here I actually really was impressed by the qualifier. Won by 5 lengths, came back the back half really strongly, and I also respect these connections as well. A lot of early money on this one. I saw $300 in the win pool right off the hop. That's why the horse was 1 denied, and now has gone up to even money now on the board.
I should tell you why I took number 9, Aero Magic. So I looked at this race and I said, they're going to bet the lights out of the 5 and 7. 2-year-olds, first start for most of them. I want a horse on a price. Why not Paul McKenzie and Gerard Demers in this one? Does show good back halves in the qualifier. In fact, flashes a 27-4 third quarter, so this Big Jim Colt has some speed. Like the connections, and there's Paul McKenzie with Aero Magic.
Yeah, certainly, we've seen Gerard Demers have a lot of success here, even with the young ones. Paul McKenzie in the bike, he's no stranger to the winner's circle here, that's for sure. And, the only concern for me with Aero Magic, to be honest, and why I left this one out of my top 4 was the trailing post. I really get concerned with that, especially with a horse making his first start in a pari-mutuel race.
Well, I thought about that, but then I said, no, I'll take the price and we'll just roll the dice. There was 5 Chickaboom. There's number 6, Mr. Dressa, who is currently on the board at 10-1. Now, this is my second choice and one that you didn't particularly think that much of, I'm assuming. But look, scratch that sick, that might scare you off in 2 qualifiers. But I did look at that 57-second back half in the last qualifier, June the 25th. I think this Shadow Play gelding might have some pretty solid wheels.
Yeah, it was against a decent one, too, in He Be Sunny. I saw that race, and it was a strong qualifier all around. Big concern for me, like you said, Vet Scratch Sick last time has not been on the track in a race setting since June 25th in that baby race. Certainly think this one is one that merits consideration, and I'll say at 11-1, I certainly would not fault you for taking a shot on this one.
Well, I got prices, but I also have Bob McIntosh and Gerard Demers, so we'll see how it pans out. There is a number 3, Caporal and Brett McDonald. Might be the right to play because post position 3, Brett McDonald, Richard Morrow, did have a good back half in that last qualifier. Shows 6:14, but still was a good back half.
Yeah, definitely. And, the connections you have to respect, and that's another one that was a pretty strong qualifier overall. Getting beat 14 lengths, there's no shame in that at Mohawk Park, especially when coming over here to make his lifetime debut over this surface. This is one that I thought might take some more support, but right now at 11-1, not a bad price.
Well, it could be an interesting dash. You and Kenny are sort of like mind here, and I'm kind of the lone wolf, and I might be still the lone wolf after the race after we see one of your top 2 win here. With number 5, Chickaboom, taking favorite status. Field for race number 1, taking up positions. It is Fill the Bank and Stop the Shootin' and Caporal on the inside. In the center, Jafar Dulac and Chickaboom. To the outside, Mr. Dress Up, Sunshine Love, and Sports Teller. And the second tier, Aero Magic. Field for race number 1. Moving into position. And they're at the top of the stretch. Field for race number 1 is at the start of the rough. Caporal will get out well, and then on the inside, Fill the Bank, and also leaving his Chickaboom as the field works on around the turn. But right now it is Fill the Bank with that inside advantage. But Chickaboom and JB Renault is driving, and Sunshine Love is out still too wide and pointed towards the front. It is Sunshine Love who's coming on, and then Chickaboom, even money favorite, is racing second. Fill the Bank is third, and then Caporal is rolling fourth, and then it is back to Sports Teller and Stop the Shootin'. Then we've got Aero Magic and Jafar Dulac, and Mr. Dress Up trails the field. They race on past the opening quarter in 28-4. Sunshine Love has a lead of about 3 1/4, and Chickaboom is second. Fill the Bank is third, and then Caporal is racing fourth as the field comes off the turn and races on towards us. But right now it is Sunshine Love enjoying the sunshine at Grand River and is in front by about 3. Chickaboom is second. Fill the Bank is racing third. Then Caporal and Sports Teller. Then it is Aero Magic on the inside sixth, and now Mr. Dress Up is making up some ground, has a couple beaten as they work into the backstretch, and then further back we go to Stop the Shootin', and way back is Jafar Dulac off a 59-second halftime. They work on down the backstretch. Sunshine Love as they roll on toward 3/4. Sunshine Love leads it by a couple of lengths. Chickaboom is second. Fill the Bank, and now moving on the outside comes Longshot Sports Teller at 23-1 and is taken over third. Fill the Bank is racing fourth off stride, but Mr. Dress Up, They race by 3/4 and 128 and 4. And it is Sunshine Love and Chickaboom. Sunshine Love and Chickaboom to settle things in the lane. Chickaboom on the outside, Sunshine Love on the inside. As the field turns on down the stretch ride. And it is Chickaboom and Sunshine Love. Sunshine Love is game, but Chickaboom on the outside has Sunshine Love measured and comes on by to win it, and 3 across the track for third. But it is Chickaboom first, Sunshine Love second, 157 and 4. Chickaboom. Well, even money, you don't get a price, but you do get the winner, Rob.
Yeah, it was, interesting. I thought that was a 2-horse race, Gary, and it kind of panned out that way. I thought that Jay Harris would send, the 7 Sunshine Love to the lead. He certainly did. They kind of went wide of that first turn, but these two were head and shoulders, the best in the race. And Jean Bernard Renault certainly didn't look concerned at any point. And when he pulled out in the stretch there, it was just under a hand drive to go by. This horse was driven with supreme confidence, and I guess the money kind of said it all. Opened off at 1-9 with $300 in the win pool and closed off at even money.
Yeah, and actually number 7, Sunshine Love, put up a very good showing, so one to watch it right away again for the next time out. Fill the Bank was able to stick around for third. He managed to get third and then close for fourth, but yes, Chickaboom was the best. I just didn't want a piece of even money on a first start from a 2-year-old, and went shopping, and well, I might have gone shopping, but I didn't bring anything home.
Well, at least I made it past the first leg this time.
Yes, and I guess I can't even remember. I think I must be out. Oh, yes, I am out. Well, at least now I don't have to worry about it. But coming back in front of us is number 5, Chickaboom, 2-year-old Better Than Cheddar Brown Gelding, owned by Harold Duguay, trained by Julie Walker. J.B. Renault, the winning driver. First win for Chickaboom, first career start. Mile of 157 and 2. Also note the photo was by Tiffany Chantel Photography, and note that she's on site every race night. You can have win photos available approximately 10 minutes after each race. She's available at the tarmac photo booth at the end of the building facing the paddock. So once again, note you can get those win photos pretty quickly, 10 minutes after each race, by Tiffany Chantel Photography. First race payouts: 5 Chickaboom, $4 to $52.10. 7 Sunshine Love, $332.91. Fill the Bank, $320. $2 Exactor, $15.10. $1 Try, $23.80. $1 Super, $184.30. The first race order finish from the top, 375-918-246. That's 375-918-246.
All right, well, we're still trucking in the pick 5 wager, but let's take a look at race number 2 now. It's for trotters, non-winners of $5,000 life. And, well, we're going to look at 4 horses here. And it's the 4 that I actually used in my pick 5 wager, the 1, 3, 4, and 6. But my top selection right now is actually the favorite on the board, and I thought he would maybe be a bigger price than this, and hopefully he will be. Number 3, Upton Abbey Hanover for trainer Mark Etzel. Travis Henry will be in the bike. I liked this one last time, and, well, he made up a lot of ground again. He got away 4th. I went overland for a bit, but then did close into that gap. He was 10 lengths out of it at the 3/4 pool and only got beat 3 lengths to Run Like Hill. And I thought that the effort was a pretty solid one, even though he did come home in 30 seconds flat. And I think this horse has been making progress. So with the inside post now, post 3, a little bit better than post 5. And this one progressing nicely for Mark Etzel. I think tonight might be the night for this one to get his picture taken. So I put him on top. I see that he's a second choice in the daily double probables. And I do hope he's made a bigger price than 8-5. 8-5 would be too low for me on a win ticket. And for a second, I got number 1, Can Do It All. First start, Melissa Lamoureux. And this horse is coming up, from south of the border. And I think that the lines, down there are okay, but I'm hoping that that barn can step this one up significantly for her to have a chance in here. Rail control will help, and we've seen Melissa Lamoureux do well with horses first time out of her stable. So I would certainly not leave out the 1, Can Do It All on your tickets. I've got her slotted in the second spot. In the third spot, I have number 4, Get to the Point for trainer and driver and owner Wayne Henry. This one here might be, one of the better ones, if not the best one in the race. However, I'm concerned with those breaks in stride. I see the trotting hopples have now gone on. Decent qualifier with trotting hopples, and now this will be the first start wearing that, tonight. And I do think that this one is one you need to consider, but I just don't know how much I can trust this one. I do think, though, that you need to use them, especially at 5-2 on the board. And then in for 4th, I like number 6, Dior Hall. This trotter is more of a price play for me, and right now 70-1 on the board. I can't imagine that holding up, but I do think this one has a chance to land somewhere underneath. Made a miscue last time, but it was only 5-1 on the board. So there was, stuff to like about this one last time. Finished 4th, 2 starts back in this class, and just, jumped it off last time. So that's why the horse got beat 32 lengths. 90-1 now is just a crazy price on Dior Hall, and that's what I'll use underneath. But for me, it is number 3, Upton Abbey Hanover is my top selection. Behind it, number 1, Can Do It All. Number 4, Get to the Point. And number 6, Dior Hall. Horses are coming on into the track. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field 4, race number 2 on parade. 1 is Can Do It All. Tyler Borth for Melissa Lamoureux and David Heffering. Number 2 is Carrie Blue Hanover, Jason Ryan for An Upward Company. And number 3 is Upton Abbey Hanover, Travis Henry from Mark Etzel and Robert Newton and Chan Tan. Number 4 is Get to the Point, Wayne Henry for High Stakes Incorporated and Henry Stable. Number 5, Infinity Stone, Brian Dunbar for John Sinclair. Number 6, Dior Hall, Anthony Hunt for Sylvain Fontaine. There is 10 War We Whiz, Scott Culliver, Ted McDonnell. Number 9 is J.R. Willing, Brent Padana for Jim Kerr and Jack Ravage. And there is 7 Shabby Hall, Austin Sorey for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. Second race is a field of 8. Well, let's get a look at this field. And Rob, first up, number 1, I Can Do It All. Now, actually, there we'll start with number 3, Ufton Abbey Hanover. And Ufton Abbey Hanover is one that, we've seen this one already a few starts and has looked pretty darn good. So I can see a strong reason for taking this one, and has been able to continue to trot nicely throughout the mile.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this one's, like I said before, has made steady progress. I really liked the last effort. Ended up finishing third, didn't get beat too much. And now, this will be the second time that Travis Henry sits behind this 3-year-old trotting colt. 3-1 on the board right now. I was more of what I was expecting. I was a little bit worried at 9-5. 3-1, those are price that I could certainly take a shot on him at.
There's number 4, Get to the Point, and Wayne Henry. Now, you mentioned a little uncertainty with the first time for trotting hobbles, but I'm more inclined going the other way. Than it makes me nervous when they had them and then take them off. But Get to the Point qualified really well. I mean, worked really hard. Broken equipment at the end. Get to the Point. I've liked this. I think Wayne Henry's a pretty solid trot man, and this horse probably should leave in here also pretty well.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. And for me, it's more so just the breaks in the past. Like the trotting hobbles today is the big positive for me on this one. If if it was something that second start with them, I might be more inclined to jump in. 3-2, I'd probably be playing against anyways. I do think though that number 4, Get to the Point, is the one to beat in the race.
Number 1, Can Do It All, is offering a little more value at 6-1. Certainly, I have a high regard for Melissa Lamoureux's barn, but I looked back also to note that Brandy Wine and Julie Miller, the 2 previous trainers that had this filly, also they're quality trainers. But nonetheless, you mentioned the first-time starter, Melissa Lamoureux angle and inside post position, 5-1.
Yeah, I do think that this one, has a chance in here, but I'll be honest, I wasn't as excited about this one as I have been in the past for ones that are first time coming out of the Melissa Lamoureux barn. It's coming from strong connections south of the border, and in some of those races that you're looking at there, I don't know, how they really stack up against this group. But I certainly think that you have to respect this one's chances. But this filly at 9-5 would be way too short of a price for me.
Well, at least that last race was much better, beaten a length. There is number 6, Dior Hall, 15-1. Offers a very nice price. The problem is made a break last time out. Will need to stay flat. Was racing pretty solidly throughout until that break.
Yeah, definitely. And, taking back value on horses is something that I always have no issue with. So 5-1 last time, 16-1 this time. Yes, it's off a break, but you know what? This horse's lines, certainly make him competitive with this field. 2 starts back, decent effort to be 4th last time. I think was going to get a bigger piece of it until he made that break in stride.
Yeah, and one thing to note, this one left out of post 8 here, June the 23rd, and was able to get away second. So if Dior Hall is stable, Anthony will probably be able to send this one at least enough to get positioned.
Yeah, definitely. I think this one will be forwardly placed tonight.
There's number 9, J.R. Wheeling. And just one comment that I would make about this one. I have a lot of regard for Jim Kerr's barn in the past. He's always put up some decent numbers. Now, I know this is the trailer post, but J.R. Wheeling actually raced pretty competitively here from the trailer post last time out to get a 4th, and at least one that you could consider for somewhere on the ticket. Second start of the year, and was good as a 2-year-old in limited action.
Yeah, definitely. For me, I like to steer clear of the trailer post. Last time did race well from it, and now this is second start back off a layoff, so you're going to see a better version of this horse tonight. I certainly would expect that. At 5-1, a little bit shorter than I'd be willing to take, though, Gary.
Yeah, he's getting some regard on the tote board. There's number 10, War We Whiz, moving in. As note that we have the 8 out and the 10 in, with Scotty Coulter driving the 10. Field for the second race. Taking up positions, Can Do It All, Carry Blue Hanover, and Ufton Abbey Hanover on the inside. In the center, Get to the Point, Infinity Stone. To the outside, Dior Hall and Chamois Hall. With Warwe Whiz in the second tier, GR Wheeling. Field for the second race. Top of the stretch. Field for the second race. Is it the starter off? Can Do It All will get out well. Ufton Abbey Hanover, Dior Hall, and from the outside, leaving out well is Warwe Whiz. As the field works their way into the backstretch, it is Can Do It All. Warwe Whiz is still working on the outside and wants to whiz right on by Can Do It All. And Ufton Abbey Hanover has made a break in stride, as has GR Wheeling. And then it is a Carry Blue Hanover who's racing positioned fifth now as they work their way on towards that opening quarter, and now coming on. Dior Hall will take over third. Carry Blue Hanover is fourth, and then it is a Get to the Point as they race on past that opening quarter, and Can Do It All has reclaimed the lead. Warwe Whiz is racing in the pocket. Dior Hall is third. Carry Blue Hanover is fourth, and Get to the Point is a relaxed fifth right now, and then sixth is Infinity Stone, and then Chamois Hall to the outside as the field comes off the turn, and they race on towards us, and Can Do It All has the lead as they race up towards the half. Warwe Whiz is right there in the pocket, and Dior Hall third. Now Get to the Point, moves up on the outside and is going to try it first over, and is gaining ground rapidly. Then also to the outside is Infinity Stone as they work into the backstretch of a half of 101 and 1. Then Carry Blue Hanover's on the inside, about 7 off the lead, and then it is Chamois Hall. It is Can Do It All, but there goes Get to the Point now. Get to the Point on the outside has moved up and is only about a half length off the lead. Then to the inside third is Warwe Whiz. Chamois Hall out 3 wide from the backfield is coming pretty strongly, but it is Get to the Point who's now been able to get to the lead. 3/4, 131 and 3. It is Get to the Point and Can Do It All, and Warwe Whiz, and Chamois Hall is coming very strongly on the outside and may have something to say about things as they are about to turn for home. Then it is back to Dior Hall. It is Get to the Point, Can Do It All, and looming is Chamois Hall. They come on down the stretch. Get to the Point, trying to get to the finish. Here it comes, Chamois Hall. Get to the Point on the inside, Can Do It All, but Chamois Hall was able to erase all of them and come on by and win. Can Do It All was second, close for third. 202 and 1. Chamois Hall at 20 to 1. Rob, you could see it coming down the backstretch, going to 3/4.
Yeah, I could definitely see that one coming, Gary, and it was like impending doom for my my pick 5 ticket. And the worst part is that I picked this horse on top last week, and made a break in stride, and I guess still finished okay. But post 7 tonight, I just said, you know what, this one is going to probably need a flat line, and probably won't be able to get into it. But wow, 20 to 1, Austin Sorry, and yep, you could see it coming.
Yeah, and there is a Austin Sorry just coming on by. Can Do It All raced very, very well, and there is Chamois Hall. Can Do It All finishing second. Look at how close it is for third. I thought maybe the 4 got there for third, but I'll have to wait to see it going up. You know who actually raced really well, one to keep an eye on for next time up, was Warwe Whiz. Did a lot of work.
Oh, yeah, big time. And, my theory always is to use the also eligible horse no matter, who it is. And the reason why I didn't tonight was that he grew into post 8, and then he certainly overcame that in a heartbeat. Nice effort from Warwe Whiz. And, I think to Get to the Point, I honestly thought that he was going to wall straight past and cruise to victory. And they'll kind of got stuck first over there and, put in a few steps in the stretch, and it certainly cost him.
Yeah, but it was all Chamois Hall. Get out the chamois and erased everybody's pick, and might have erased a few pick 5 tickets along the way. 202 and 1 for Chamois Hall. Coming back in front of us is a 3-year-old Angus Hall Brown filly, owned by Triple S Equine. Mitchell Tierney is the trainer. Austin Sorry, the winning drive. It's the second win this year in lifetime. Chamois Hall, 202 and 1. Fans note the inquiry sign is up pertaining to number 7 Chamois Hall. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 7 Chamois Hall did not violate the braking regulations. The second race payouts, number 7 Chamois Hall, 4310, 1460, 590. 1 Can Do It All for 4334, Get to the Point, 310. $2 exactor, 258.30. Dollar Try, 372.15. 20-cent Super, $1,108.75. Ka-ching. $2 exact, $2 doubled, 82.60. the second race order finish from the tops at 2-7. 8 place 9, 3, 6, 5, 1 scratch. 9 place 8, 4. Once again from the top down after the placing 2, 7, 9, 3, 6, 5, 1 scratch 8, 4.
All right, well, I've been sent to the sidelines in my pick 5 wager, but hopefully you're still alive. We're going to move on to race number 3 now. We've got rookie filly pacers, 2-year-olds, so sometimes these races can be unpredictable, but you know what? I'm going to go with 2 horses that already have one under their belt, and this was in a pretty tough spot. Actually, my top 3 were all racing in the Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots divisions over at Georgian Downs on July the 6th. I'm going to go with number 4, Snowa, as my top selection. This horse is trained by Isaac Waxman, driven by John Drury, who makes the trip up to drive this one tonight. And this one was a yearling purchase of $11,000. I like the effort that she produced last time. Was, parked on the outside for a little bit. Did sit second until fading back to 5th, but it was in against the horse that I keep telling everyone about, Do It for Josie. So I think, she's a real special one that's going to have a chance in the gold. This one here didn't finish too far off that one, only 6 lengths and change behind that one under the wire. So I think the Snow is one that you definitely want to consider here, and is my top selection. 5-2, I think, is about the right price on this filly. For second, I've got number 7, A Better Deal, for Herb Holland. We've got Ed Hensley in the bike tonight, and this one did race in that Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots division as well over at Georgian on July the 6th, and finished 4th to Winks. We saw Winks in her lifetime debut here, finished a good, I believe, second, or maybe even won that race at a big price. And now this one here, that kind of got trapped on the inside in that effort and ended up finishing 4th, beating 3 lengths. Not sure if she would have done any better if she got daylight sooner, but did come home in 28-1 and 57-3 back half for Better Deal. So I think that number 7, A Better Deal, is one you need to consider, even with that outside post. And that's why I slotted her in the second spot. And then for third, I've got number 2, St. Lad's Bijou. Had post 7 at Georgian Downs in those grassroots events, got away 10th off the gate and made steady progress to finish 4th. An impressive closing effort from this one. I've got her underneath. And then number 3, Lola Sunshine, to round out my top 4. But the horses are coming onto the track. We'll come back and talk about a little bit more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race number 3 on Parade 1. Diet starts tomorrow. Prepping Donna for Ron McDonald. Number 2, St. Lad's Bijou, Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Barcelona and John DeVito. Number 3 is Lola Sunshine, Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. There is number 4, Sinoa, Jonathan Drury for Isaac Waxman, and Tess Waxman and Brenda Selwyn Waxman and Sally Peacock. And number 5 is Shotgun Shark, J.R. Plot for Dolores Barcelona and Winback Farm. Number 6, Silent Voices, Scott Culliver, Dominic Gladue, and Gaston Blais. Number 7, Better Deal, Eddie Hensley for Herb Holland and Gino Toscani. Number 8, Century Isabella, Colin Kelly for Jim Ritchie and Paul Ritchie. It is a field of 8 for race number 3, 2-year-old pacing fillies. And, well, let's get a look at this field. And both Rob and I think that number 4, Sinoa, is the one to beat. Although I don't like snow in July, but I would take this one on top nonetheless. He's watching filly that did race pretty well up at Georgian Downs in that grassroots, Rob.
Yeah, especially against a horse that I think is a real good one. And I'm going to keep saying this name over and over again. Do it for Josie. She was scheduled to race in a gold last night at Georgian Downs. They end up having to cancel the races. I think she's a real good one, and this horse did not finish too far off that one, 6.5 lengths behind it in 5th, and looks really good on the track right now, Gary.
Yeah, it's, well... Yeah, by the way, the races were canceled last night. Yeah, I know. I drove all the way to Barrie, but that was fun. Nonetheless, Sanoa, he's watching filly, makes a third start, and definitely at now I'm shocked at 5-1. I thought was going to be the favorite. Number 7, Better Deal on the track there. Now, 8-1, that's an even better deal, but the problem is the post position. But this one left hard from post 7 at Georgian last race.
Yeah, I did like that effort too, and left hard from post 7, then kind of got a bit of a shuffle before trying to close up the inside. Now ended up getting room late. It wasn't like she was locked in or anything, but she did certainly have horse in front of her in the stretch drive, and she did well to finish 4th, beating 3 lengths and against Winks, who debuted here at Grand River Raceway. So 7-2 now. I'll be honest, I thought the 4 and 7 would take the bulk of the support, and it's starting to go that direction.
Yeah, I could definitely see the Better Deal still holding a bit of value because of the post position and might end up being the better play than Sanoa, who's probably going to get down fairly low, 9-5 right now. Number 2, St. Lad's Bijou, is 5-2 on the board. And this is one that I kept on my pick 5 ticket. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but at least it tells you that I like this one. And one that I thought finished up nicely last time out in that grassroots, now gets a better post position.
Yeah, definitely. Last time from post 7 got away 10th, and getting away 10th at Georgian Downs or any track, 5/8 or less is not going to be a recipe for success. Well, she still raced pretty well. They get up for 4th in the end, and against Silver Label, actually, who I think is a good horse as well. So I like this one's effort. And, inside post today, 2-1 on the board now would be too short of a price for me, but I certainly respect this one's chances.
Yeah, definitely too short. 94-1 last time out. That's a bit of a drop. Now 5-2 is a co-favorite with number 4. There's a look on the outside. Number 8, Century Isabella. Jim Ritchie is a barn that I notice often in the past at getting the job done. The post position is tough, but Colin Kelly and Jim Ritchie, that could be a strong connection in here. 5-1's a little short, but, this horse is not one to easily dismiss out of here.
Yeah, certainly strong connections, and one of the most expensive yearlings in the race. This one was just under $19,000, and I don't mind the qualifier. 202-1, home in 30-2, and against Chickaboom, right? And we saw Chickaboom in the first race pretty well. So I like to kind of focus on key races. For me, though, the biggest issue is that outside post position.
And there's a look at one that has a better post position and is actually holding some value right now at 8-1. And look at that, number 8, Century Isabella, now 9-5 on the board. But I don't know if that'll hold. Lola's Sunshine, I think, will hold value, and actually did race here last start in 2 qualifiers here, so familiar with this track, and finished that mile here, even though it only shows a 5th. Did come home in 28-3.
Yeah, like you mentioned, does have an experience edge over this surface anyways. And, inside post, I certainly think this one can land somewhere underneath. 8-1's probably about the right price, but we can see the way the odds board's been bouncing around so much in this race, Gary. It shows that, these rookie fillies, it's tough to really take a stand on any one of them, really, without many form references.
Well, I don't like snow in July, but at 7-2, I think both Rob and I would take the snow here and just... hopefully shovel some money into our wallets. Right now, taking up their fields in the field in the 3rd is Diet Starts tomorrow. St. Lad's Bijou, Lola's Sunshine on the inside of the center, Snowa, Shotgun Shark to the outside, Silent Voices, Better Deal, and Century Isabella. Field of 8, race number 3. Field for race number 3. is at the start of the rough, and St. Lad's Bijou, Lola Sunshine, and Sanoa. Better Deal from the outside. And then it is a Shotgun Shark and Diet starts tomorrow. Then Silent Voices and Century Isabella is back trailing the field. But St. Lad's Bijou has got the lead, but there goes Sanoa. And Sanoa is moving up on the outside now. And Sanoa is able to come on now and to lead by half a length and is wanting to clear to the front and will do so. St. Lad's Bijou is racing in the pocket. Lola Sunshine third. And now St. Lad's Bijou is going to reclaim the lead. And on the inside second is Sanoa. And then Lola's Sunshine. Better Deal is racing fourth. Diet starts tomorrow. Back to Shotgun Shark and Silent Voices. And well back is Century Isabella. Field races off the turn and comes on towards us. 29-second opening quarter. They come up to the half. St. Lad's Bijou and Ryan DeRoche has the front. Sanoa and JD is right there racing in the pocket. Lola Sunshine third and Better Deal is fourth. 59-2 is the halftime as they work their way on into the backstretch. And then positioned to the outside fifth now is Shotgun Shark as they work into the backstretch. Then Century Isabella and Silent Voices, but still with the lead off that 59-2 halftime. St. Lad's Bijou. Lola Sunshine is going to move on the outside now. Lola Sunshine, and then it is Sanoa and Spotted second over as they race their way toward three quarters off of a half of 59-2, three quarters 129-1. St. Lad's Bijou still has the lead. Lola Sunshine moves down to the inside to save some ground on the turn. Better Deal is getting a better position every stride and has moved up to about a length off the lead as they race for home, and then it is Sanoa on down the stretch ride they come. St. Lad's Bijou, though, is game, and Ryan DeRoche sits chilly in the bike and is going to cruise and win it by a length and a half. And then it was Lola Sunshine and Sanoa and Better Deal, 158 flat in race number 3. My goodness, St. Lad's Bijou looked sharp.
Yeah, definitely, Gary. You had the right idea using this one in your pick 5 ticket. I know that it's all a moot point now, but this one here, last time difficult post at Georgian, got away 10th, made up steady ground at a real long price, much shorter price today. But I could certainly say she was much the best. Came to the wire with tight lines, and like you said, very, very sharp effort.
Thought at the top of the stretch that maybe Better Deal was going to come, but when I looked over and saw how her last rhyme was, I thought, I guess not.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that Travis Henry made the correct move by dropping him behind there to get to the passing lane, and that probably earned him a second-place finish on Lola Sunshine. Better Deal, raced decently enough to be third, and then Sanoa actually was kind of green throughout the mile. Ended up still finishing fourth when I thought she might fade out of it, but that one there I think will be one to watch in the future.
And it comes in 2-3-7-4. Number 2, St. Lad's Bijou took more money than we thought, and the money was right. 2-1, the price on St. Lad's Bijou.
Yeah, that was a tough race to follow the money because it was kind of being sprayed all over the place. And though the late money certainly came in on St. Lad's Bijou. There was money early, money kind of throughout, and then a lot of money late. And I guess the board was speaking to us again because that was a rock solid effort.
Well, at least if you're one that likes to split up the favorites, you got them split with a 3-horse Lola Sunshine at 12-1 coming in second with, as you mentioned, Travis Henry. A nice little steer there on that final turn to save a little ground.
Yeah, definitely. And, for me, it's much like Monday night, Gary. The right horses just in the wrong order. Hopefully I can right the ship because I certainly would like to put some winners on the board tonight.
Yes, both of our ships have been taking on water. 2-3-7-4, the top 4, and wheeling back in front of us is number 2, St. Lad's Bijou, a 2-year-old Control the Moment brown filly, owned by John DeVito, trained by Dolores Basilone. Ryan DeRoche, the winning drive, and it is the first win for St. Lad's Bijou, 158 flat. The third race payouts to St. Lands Bijou, 680, 372.43. Lola's Sunshine, 1310 and 660, and 7 Better Deal, 280. $2 exactor is 71.40. The dollar try, $124. Dollar superfected, $335. Fans note a driver change. Race 5-7. Music to my gears. Nick Stewart. The third race order of finish from the top is a 6-1-2-4-5-8-3-7. That's 6-1-2-4-5-8-3-7.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 4. We're going to call this our co-main event of the evening because it is our first of 2 preferred races on the card. This one's for trotters, and it is a handicap event. So I'm going to number 4, Willie or Won't He. I went with him last time. He had post 6. and he went to the lead. I thought he was used pretty hard and then ended up finishing third. This time around, he moves in 2 positions to post 4, should have an easier time getting out of there. And I think that Willie Orwoni is the one to beat in here. 3 starts back. It was his first off the bench. He was a rock-solid winner from that post position 6. Then he got handicapped with the 8-hole, and now since then, he did have that effort where he finished third. But I'm going to come back to this one. I was hoping for more than 6 to 5. I thought people might jump off the bandwagon tonight, and I was going to stay on the bandwagon. But we'll see if this price changes by post time. 6 to 5 is a little too short, but nonetheless, Willie Orwoni is my top selection. In for second, I went to number 6, Cool Muscle. And I'll be honest, I think that Cool Muscle is the best horse in this race. I just think that the big question is, is he ready to roll first start off the bench? Right now, 5-2. Maybe that money's an indication that he is. He's not raced since November the 30th, but made almost $90,000 last year. Hit the board in 14 of 21 and was racing as high as the preferred at Mohawk Park at the end of the season, and qualified decently to finish second here at Grand River. And I do believe that Cool Muscle is the best horse in the race. He just might not be the best horse tonight because he might need to start under his belt before he can give his best. 5-2 on the board, probably about the right price on that one. Number 7, Tricks and Stones. Well, unbelievable effort last time. Went parked the route, got away 7th, went wide around the last turn and gunned them all down with Travis Cullen in the bike. And well, he's driven this horse very well in his last 2 tries that he's been on board, and that effort was a remarkable one. They did come home a little, slow in the race. The race came home in 31-2. This one came home in 30-4, but you can't knock the effort at all. I just think that I honestly thought this one would take more money tonight. 9-1 is a surprise for me right now, and I thought I'd go in a different direction. But Tricks and Stones is one you need to respect somewhere on the ticket at a minimum. And then I went to number 1, Polar Hall. This horse was fantastic last time on June the 30th in the 7-hole. Went to the lead and kept on trucking at 15-1 in the top condition class. And before that, when parked the route to finish second, beating a nose. Gets rail control today. And how many times do we see it in these preferred races? The horse that has that rail control that probably gets to do the least amount of racing, at least in early stages, hits the ticket at a big price because it is a handicap event. And they're considered to be, one of the lower tiered horses in the race. Well, 25-1 on Polar Hall is one that I'll definitely take underneath in the trifecta and the superfecta wager. I think that, this one has a big chance to land somewhere on the ticket at a big price. But for me, I'm going with number 4, Willie Orwoni, hoping he's going to rebound and find that form that he had on June the 23rd. And underneath, going with number 6, Cool Muscle, who, I'd keep an eye on the track. If he looks sharp out there, you might want to go to that one. Number 7, Tricks and Stones, and number 1, Polar Hall. We'll be back in just a few moments to talk about this race more with Gary Guy.
Field for the 4th race. On parade, 1, Polar Hall, Bruce Richardson for Kevin Davidson. Number 2, Tamil Houdini, Travis Henry for Steve Bossons and the stable. 3 is Neon Lights, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. And number 4, Willie or Won't He, Colin Keller for Kyle Boston and Phil McGuire. And number 5, the Horse Trader, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Oakley Farm. Number 6 is Cool Muscle, Scotty Coulter for Jessica Hayter and Edward Hayter. And number 7, Tricks and Stones, Travis Cullen for Patrick Shepard and Triple S Equine. There is 9, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, Natasha Day, drives and trains and owns. And number 8, Sicario Austin, sorry for Richard Morrow and Pamela Heen and John Heen. Well, this is a very interesting dash, Rob, but I felt pretty confident that both of us would have the same horse. And even though 3 to 5 is too low, I didn't think people would jump off this horse off of one race where he disappointed as the favorite because he's been so good for so long. Bill Meagan's had this horse for a long time and was enormously competitive. It's been good for Kyle Boston's. Dominated here June the 23rd. That effort from post 6 parking and winning pretty handily looking. Willie or Won't He at 4 to 5 on the track.
Yeah, he looks super sharp out there too, Gary. And I guess I was hoping that maybe we get more than 4 to 5. It's hard for me to swallow 4 to 5 on him right now, but he's starting to float up now, even money. Listen, I thought that his effort 3 back was outstanding. 2 back you can throw out off the page, and last time got used pretty hard. So I'll give him an excuse in that one. So I'm sticking with him, but I wish we got more than even money.
Well, Cool Muscle is a more interesting one to take a look at, and you mentioned really good last year, and also is one that has faced some tough company and really been able to hold his own. Big-time earners last year. In fact, if you look at earnings per start last year, that gives you the indication that Cool Muscle, as you said, might be the best in here. Cool Muscle, though, the question will be whether he's ready or not.
Yeah, pound for pound, I really don't have a doubt that he probably is the best horse in the race. You look at some of those lines at Mohawk Park last year, dominating win in 154 flat. And I saw this horse. He always brought his best forth. The problem is first start off the bench. If this was second or third start off the bench, I'd be literally lining up wherever I could for 6 to 1 right now because that price is kind of insane on a horse of this one's ilk.
Talk about an insane price. If you watched that last race, you couldn't have thought that this horse would be 9 to 1 because that's not a one-off. This is a horse with a lot of back class, almost 300,000 life, and is only a 5-year-old. And he was so good last race. How can you not at least like him a little bit better than what the players seem to like right now?
Yeah, I think that's why I thought we would get a bigger price than 6 to 5 on Willie or Won't He, because I was like, okay, well, Tricks and Stones was so good. Everyone saw that. He's got to take support this time. 9 to 1 is a huge price. This one raced fantastic. It was an eye-catching effort. One of those ones that you had to watch the replay to kind of see, like, did it really pan out that way? I'll be honest, I did not expect 9 to 1. I thought this horse would be around 3 to 1 or so.
Down on the inside is one Polar Hall, and yes, is stepping up in class. But I'll tell you, that effort from post 7 last race, just a really, really strong effort. If you're going to move up in class and handle it, it's when you're coming in with really good form. Back-to-back good races.
Yeah, absolutely. And that pole position that we usually see in these preferred events, they sneak in for a piece of underneath, and I think this one could be, headed to the bottom end of the trifecta or the super. I wouldn't even be surprised if he even did better because he's got speed from the inside, and he's in good form right now. Those last 2 efforts were both really nice ones from Polar Hall.
There's 5 Horse Trader as the field is moving in. And look, at Horse Trader actually finished in front of Willie or Won't He last time out between Tricks and Stones and Willie or Won't He. And he's offering 7 to 1.
Yeah, this one here I thought raced really well last time, and I thought was going to be the winner until we saw the blur on the outside and Tricks and Stones. I certainly think you need to consider this one 7 to 1 again, an inflated price, no doubt, on Horse Trader.
Well, you don't get an inflated price on For Willie or Won't He. Fans think that he's the best, and Rob and I agree, although I don't think we'd like the even money. Taking up their field, Polar Hall, Timel Houdini, and Neon Lights on the inside. Willie or Won't He, Horse Trader in the center. To the outside, Cool Muscle, Tricks and Stones, and Sicario. And the second tier, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough, and Willie or Won't He is driving out quickly. Timel Houdini on the inside, Polar Hall, and Sicario from the outside is going to drive into the front four. Then it is Neon Lights as the field works around the turn, and Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, Horse Trader, Cool Muscle, and Tricks and Stones is trailing the field. They race on down the backstretch. Willie or Won't He leads by 2 1/4 right now. Even money on the board. Rolling along in second, Timel Houdini moves up a little bit closer. And then Polar Hall is third, and Sicario is racing fourth. The field works their way past the opening quarter with Neon Lights fifth in line. Sizzlin' Hot Herbie from the backfield. Tricks and Stones is moving out now on the inside, Horse Trader, and then Cool Muscle is trailing the field. They race off the turn. Willie or Won't He and Colin Kelly is sitting chilly in the bike right now and leads it by just a lengthened about 3/4. Timel Houdini, and to the outside, Sicario is advancing first up now. Then Polar Hall and Neon Lights, and then it is Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Horse Trader on the outside. Tricks and Stones is racing eighth, and then Cool Muscle is back last. They work into the backstretch off a 58-3 halftime. Willie or Won't He on the outside, Sicario trying to dial in Willie or Won't He. On the inside, third is Timel Houdini, and then Neon Lights is on the outside, and then it is back to Polar Hall and Horse Trader, and then it is further back to Sizzlin' Hot Herbie, and then Cool Muscle and Tricks and Stones is trailing. 3/4, 126-3. Willie or Won't He, Sicario on the outside is right alongside Willie or Won't He. Sicario and Willie or Won't He. Willie or Won't He looks game on the inside, but also so does Sicario. And then it is Timel Houdini, and then Polar Hall and Neon Lights. The field turns for home, and Sicario on the outside trying to come to Willie or Won't He. Willie or Won't He's game though. Willie or Won't He. Sicario just keeps on coming close at the finish. Willie or Won't He and Sicario, they are tight in a photo. Then Timel Houdini and Polar Hall, 156-1. That was a very interesting stretch drive.
And that was as close as it gets. And these two horses hooked up, had their tails up, and were really just nose to nose for a long way. I don't know, Gary. You know this angle better than I do. What do you think?
I'm just checking to see who won because it is really close. And I'm told that number 4, Willie or Won't He, was able to hold on. But let's take a look anyway at the slow-mo to see how close it was. And it was interesting, Timel Houdini stuck around nicely for a long way. Got a trip and finished third. But here is the slow motion. As you see, number 8, Sicario is getting threateningly close. And right there at the finish.
Just kept his nose in front. Wow.
I tell you, Willie or Won't He gets full marks for digging in when he was heavily challenged. Sicario, he gave him a real run.
Yeah, that was a big effort from Sicario. You know, left out really well from post 8. When I saw him get down to the pylons in a nice spot, I said, uh-oh, this horse might pose some trouble because you don't really usually see that in the preferred from a horse leaving from outside. And Austin Sorey, you know, has a knack for keeping horses alive in the first over position. We see it all the time, and he did again tonight and almost got the better of Willie or Won't He. This old boy, though, dug in and, you know, somehow kept his nose in front there.
And Timel Houdini escaped our attention, but was able to finish third. And Polar Hall was able to prove that he can race with these and got on the ticket for fourth.
Yeah, that's one that we both pegged for the bottom end of the exotics, and he got there. Fourth place at 16-1 should help with some value.
4-8-2-1, Willie or Won't He? Well, he did. By a few inches. Coming back in front of us, number 4, Willie or Won't He. 8-year-old Angus Hall, brown gelding, owned by Phil McGuire of Arthur. Kyle Boston's the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. It is the third win this year, 43rd lifetime for Willie or Won't He. Mile of 156-1. Note the photo by Tiffany Chantel Photography, and note that you can get to win photos available now at Tiffany Chantel Photography about 10 minutes after the race, and you can just hook up with her. She has the photo booth at the west end of the building facing the paddock. The fourth race payouts for Willie or Wonty, 410, 280, 220. 8 Sicario, 560 and 460 and 2 Tamil Houdini, $5. $2 Exactor at $29. Dollar Try, 105.30. Dollar Superfectus, 666.70. Van Soda driver change in race number 8. On number 1, Northern Bell, the driver will be Colin Kelly. Colin Kelly drives the 1 in the 8th. Fourth race order of finish from the top, 437 186 925. That's 437 186 925.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 5. It is the money leg of our pick 5, and wow, the payouts are fantastic. Number 5, JKNR Like Tell, was both mine and Gary's single. We're not alive, of course, but he's paying over $200 for 20 cents. The 3, 4, 6, and 9 are all paying gigantic. And, well, if it's the 1, 2, 7, or 8, we'll have a carryover. So a lot to look forward to on these payouts. This is Pacers, Horses, and Geldings, not winners of 1,500 last 3, also eligible $8,500 claimers. It is also the start of our pick 3, and I went to that 5, JKNR Like Tell. This is big-time class relief for this 5-year-old Ridgeling. Last time racing the preferred at Georgian. Before that, the preferred here. And his last 3, really, you can cross a line through them, racing, against pretty tough spots. And now plunging down to this numbers of 1,500 last 3 event. We've seen Ashley Hensley and Ed Hensley, do this before with their horses. Come here for a confidence boost, and I think that's what this one's going to get tonight. A confidence boost is in store for JKNR Like Tell. 3 to 5 on the board. That was expected, and this horse before the shutdown was racing against much, much tougher at Mohawk Park. Definitely my top selection in here. In for second, I've got number 9, Dragon Time, for Rachel Andrew and Travis Cullen. Shipping over from Mohawk Park, racing in the lower conditions there. Outside posts in his last 2, both from post 9, now post 9 again, but it's a trailing post. So some post relief for Dragon Time. And while right now 5 to 2, I think that's about the right price on that one. Should be the second favorite all day long in this race. In for third, number 1, Siona Bromack. Rail control for me. And, last time made steady ground throughout the mile here at Grand River in a race that was won by no time at all. That was back on June 23rd, though, but I just like the fact inside speed. I really think that the 5 and 9 are the 2 best in the race, and after that, I just want to have horses that might have some inside speed to get away well off the gate. That's number 1, Siona Bromack, and then also number 3, Debunka for me. This horse has, won 2 of his last 3 and was second last time at Dresden in a similar class. Gets back on the Lasix program here at Grand River Raceway after racing his last 3 at Dresden and at Clinton. So I think this one has a big chance to get away well off the gate and stick around for a piece of it. But I really think that the whole field's at a big class disadvantage against number 5, JKNR Like Tell for Team Hensley. So that is my top selection. And then, in for second, Dragon Time, then a wide margin back to number 1, Siona Bromack, and number 3, Debunka. Again, this is the start of the pick 3. Good luck if you're alive in the pick 5. And Gary and I will come back very shortly to take a closer look at this 5th dash.
Field for race number 5 on parade 1 is Kendall Bromack. It's Anthony Hahn for W. Brian Moran. Number 2, Old Buck. Paul McKenzie for Terry Gillette and Calvin Kepfer. Number 3, Debunka. Colin Kelly for Cameron McQueen. Number 4, It's All Worth It. Marie Auger for Steve Belisle. And number 5, Jake and R. Like Tell, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 6, Come On and Get Some, JR Plot for Brenda and David Duncan. And number 7, Music to My Ears, Nick Stewart for Gary Kingshot. And number 8, Mr. Cheeseman, Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Donald Douglas. And number 9, Dragon Time, Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. Field of 9, race number 5. Well, let's get a look at this field, and we will start with number 5, JK&R Like Tell, the logical place to start, 2 to 5. Well, Rob, we're not going to like that price, but one thing to note also about that last race, although you said just stroke a line through those last 3, it's also telling that they got to the half in a preferred 2 at Georgian in 57-1, and the mile went in 52-3, so you can't close off of that. But look at the back half was very stout, 55-1 back half, equal splits of 27-3. JK&R Like Tell should pop in here and really pop.
Yeah, I certainly think so. Looks okay on the track, and this horse, was racing really well at Mohawk Park in, middle condition races before the shutdown, and like you noted, you can, kind of toss those ones out, but last time it was a solid effort as well. This is just such an easier group. I mean, when you consider that the optional tag on the race is $8,500, you can't buy this horse for anything close to that. And I would certainly think that he's going to just be able to go around the track tonight and find himself in the winner's circle.
And he looks pretty serious on the track right now. Number 9, Dragon Time, and Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew is one also that drops down. And that's another one with actually a good back half and a 27-4 final quarter. You show a big middle half, also the start before that. Dragon Time should like the relief as well. A lot of back class on this one also.
Yeah, definitely 238,000 lifetime, 10 wins. And when you consider that those are in the bottom condition at Mohawk Park, you do have to kind of take into consideration, though, that Mikey Camden won 2 of those races in stellar times. And then last time it was Torrin Hanover. Torrin Hanover has been a preferred horse on his best day, and Mikey Camden has now moved his way up to a middle to upper condition type horse for Corey Johnson. So I think that you got to take those, the margins of this horse is getting beat with a grain of salt. And I think Dragon Time is clearly the second choice of the race.
There's number 1, Kenna Bromack, and your line, if you're going to use the 9, you have to like the 1. And you did use the 1, Kenna Bromack, for third. I'm not sure how this horse is going to leave. I've called this one in the past. Doesn't flash a lot of gate speed, but there is gate speed right to the outside of Kenna Bromack, and the 2 and 3 both can fly. So we'll see how that unfolds. But Kenna Bromack at least does show good time. 56-4 is a good mile. It's actually quick for this class.
Yeah, definitely. 14 years old, and this horse hasn't found the winner's circle in a long time, but does have that back class of $230,000 made and 20 wins. I certainly think that the rail control tonight, he should get away fairly well and can stick around for a piece of it. I don't think he can really compete with the 5 and the 9, but certainly landing underneath is a possibility.
I was shocked at what we just saw now, 18-1 on number 3, Debunka, because this is a horse with 50 lifetime wins, can fly off the gate, and we see that getting to the lead early matters here, as it does on most half-mile tracks, and he also shows form.
Yeah, definitely. This horse in for that optional claiming tag of $8,500. Was a nice winner and for $7,000 in back-to-back starts at Clinton. Has that early speed and, might, be able to use that to his advantage in here because JK&R Like Tell doesn't really fire off the gate. So, maybe Colin Kelly can steal some panels here if he can get to the front with Debunka.
It'll be interesting to see how that unfolds, but I do like that 18-1. I don't like the 1-5 on JK&R Tell, but I'm not completely shocked. We'll see how the 5th race unfolds, taking up their positions. Kenna Bromack and Old Buck and Debunka on the inside of the center. It's all worth it, and JK&R Like Tell to the outside. Come on and get some music to my gears, and Mr. Cheeseman and the second tier, Dragon Time. The field for race number 5, gathering speed. They're at the start of the round. Old Buck and Debunka leaving well. It's all worth it. JKR like tell. Kinnebro back on the inside. Then Dragon Time. And come on and get some. Music to my gears and Mr. Cheeseman. Old Bunk, they race on down the backstretch. Old Buck has got the lead for Paul McKenzie. Racing second, Bunka. It's all worth it. He is positioned third right now as they race on to the opening quarter. Then it is back to Kinnebro Mac. JKR like tell. Right now is relaxed in mid-pack racing fifth. And then it is Dragon Time. Come on and get some. Music to my gears and Mr. Cheeseman. And I'm popping out from fifth. There comes JKR like tell as they race their way on around the turn. 28 seconds was the opening panel. And it is Old Buck. Now here comes JKR like tell. And now Dragon Time as they race off the turn and they head on towards us. And driving on the outside is JKR like tell. Dragon Time's coming as well. Old Buck's down to the inside. On they race on past the half. And a halftime was recorded in 58 seconds. And now clearing to the lead is JKR like tell. Working on the outside is Dragon Time. Old Buck is on the inside third. And then moving up is Come On and Get Some. And Bunka is racing on the inside. Then it is back to Mr. Cheeseman, and it's all worth it. And then Kinnebro Mac and Music to my gears on down the back stretch they go. JKR like tell has got the lead. Dragon Time to the outside second, 3/4 from the front. Old Buck is racing third, and then Debunka is on the inside. And Come On and Get Some. Debunka is reclaiming fourth now, and then backing away. Come On and Get Some down to the inside. It's all worth it, but it's JKR like tell. Heavy favorite, having to deal with Dragon Time. 3/4, 127. JKR like tell as they come on down the stretch drive and now strides away. It's JKR like tell. The tote board told the story and he lived up to it. And then it was Dragon Time and between Old Buck and Debunka for third. 155 and 1. JKR like tell when he popped out from fifth. He didn't just float up on the outside. He meant business.
Yeah, definitely. We kind of thought this race was just a formality, and it really was in the end. This horse, much the best on paper, much the best on the racetrack. And, a couple anxious moments there with Dragon Time coming, nose to nose with this one for a moment or two. But in the end, this one showed his class and came home and, 28 and 1, solid mile, 155 and 1.
Yeah, it's often telling, though, when a horse gets up and looks the other one in the eye. What does the driver do and how do they look? And I tell you, I thought Hurricane Hensley looked like, yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, he never really looked concerned at all. You're right about that, Gary. And, it was really what we thought was a two-horse race. It kind of played out that way. And then, the inside horses were the ones I thought would be the ones that would, fall in the third and fourth spot. And that's kind of the way the race ended up playing out.
Number 5, JKR like tell, wound up 1-5 on the board, and tough to go against JKR like tell with a big-time class drop, as you mentioned, Rob. 5-9-2-3, and number 3, Debunka, did hold it 19-1, was my third choice, did get on the ticket to help it pay.
Yeah, definitely. And that was really the key for those ones there was getting away well. Old Buck with the lead, for the early part of the race. And when he gets, out there in that spot, he's not going to give up too many spots by the wire and only gave them up to 2 horses that were plunging down. So nice effort from that one, too.
Coming back in front of us will be number 5, JKR like tell, a 5-year-old Tell It Like It Is by Ridgeling, owned by Ashley Hensley and Eddie Hensley. Ashley Hensley is the trainer. It is the first win this year, the 9th lifetime for JKR like tell. The winning drive to Hurricane Eddie Hensley. The fifth race, payouts 5, Jake in our Lake Tell, 240, 210, 210, 9 Dragon Time, 280, 240, 2 Old Buck, 420. The dollar pick, 5 of 5, $1,032 on a dollar ticket. $2 exactor, $4 dollar try, $5 $40 super is $17.10. The fifth race, order of finish from the top, 7, 3, 4, 5, 1, 8, 6, 9, 2.
All right, well, it's time now to take a look at race number 6. It is the final leg of our early pick 4. Also, one of my favorite wagers. The super high 5 for just 20 cents. You can take a shot at it, and these always pay very, very well. And I'm going to go back to one here in this event for trotters, non-winners of 40,000 life. Back to a horse that's been doing very well for me. Number 5, Saint K. He's won his last 2, both times with perfect steers by Patrick Shepard, and 6-1 on the board right now on this one. I think that's a giant size price off his last 2 starts back. He had a stick handle through, won by a very short margin of a half a length, but would have won by more if he got out sooner. And last time, off a second over trip, won by as much as he wanted. 2 lengths going away. I think St. K is one in here that has a big chance to triple up, and 5-1 now is still a very nice price on this one. I certainly think you need to respect number 3, Willie Walton. He's even money on the board, and well, he was racing fantastic before the shutdown. 3 for 3 on the season and dominant wins each time. His last 2 were by a combined 16.5 lengths over Flamborough Downs. This is a similar class. He was hammered down in both those efforts, and, well, he qualified really well here on July the 7th, but it is his first start back since March the 20th, and St. K's got 2 starts, over this surface in the last couple of weeks. So I think that, St. K should have a conditioning edge over that one, but Willie Walton's one you need to respect. Even money, though, would be too short for me. Coming off the bench. And then I'm going to number 6, Ongoing Royalty. We keep saying that this is one that needs to draw inside, and when he does, we'll get behind this one. Well, this one off's the favorite in this class last time from the 8 hole, ended up closing ground to finish 4th. Well, every single start here at Grand River has been 8 hole, 7 hole. Now a little bit better, 6 hole. Need to consider this one, especially underneath. 8-1 is a pretty good price on Ongoing Royalty, especially considering he was the favorite in this class just last week from a more difficult post position. Number 1, Fly Eagle Fly, Rail Control, Richard Moreau, Brett McDonald. Certainly like the connections of this one. Last time here, got away 4th, made up some ground to finish 3rd against Los Kill Amigo. That horse would certainly take my money in this race. And, his latest went to Georgian Downs and, went to the lead and ended up finishing 5th, but it was a decent effort. Rail Control should help this one. Fly Eagle Fly should certainly get a piece of it. 5-1 on the board right now. And then at the bottom end of my super high 5 ticket, number 2, Oxford Hall. We just saw these connections win with J.K. and our Lytel, Ashley Hensley and Ed Hensley. And this one here now trying to come over to Grand River from Georgian Downs, racing a non-winners of 3 last time there. It was a winner 2 back and non-winners of 2, but this is a much tougher spot, I think. So I don't know. I thought this one would take more money, and I was kind of taking a stand against Oxford Hall, but I certainly would use this 4-year-old on the bottom end of my exotic. So for me, it's number 5, St. K at 5-1 right now over number 3, Willie Walton, number 6, Ongoing Royalty, number 1, Fly Eagle Fly, and number 2, Oxford Hall. But as always, we'll come back shortly and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1, Fly Eagle Fly. Wrapping out for Richard Moe and Steve Kolowski. Now we're to Oxford Hall, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 3 is Willie Walton, Steve Houdon for Jim Skellhorn Jr. There is a 5 St. K. Patrick Shepard for Triple S Equine. Number 7 is Aim High, Head of a Ride of Rose for Paul Belanger Jr. and Jacques Baudouin. It is Twin Bee Hugs, Paul McKenzie for Francis Dumichel and Jackie McManus and Robert Daly. There is number 9, Mr. Arch, Alfie Carroll for Randall Fulmer. Note the number 6, Ongoing Royalty, is still in the paddock. Nick Stewart for Benoit by Edosha and Andre DeRoche. Let's get a look at this field. We're going to start with number 5, St. K. And Rob, in this race, I actually think that 3 Willie Walton is the best in here. I went against 3 Willie Walton just in terms of the price, but you actually like St. K. You must love that 8-1.
Oh, 8-1 is a huge price, and look at he looks really good on the track. Looks sharp, looks fired up. Hopefully not too fired up, but what has this horse done wrong, Gary? He's won 2 in a row last time in this class, and it was a dominant win too. It does have to face a few more difficult rivals tonight, but I don't really see why this horse should be anywhere close to 8-1.
Well, I think it's really a reflection, 3 of Willie Walton getting a lot of money. But also St. K, like you said, hasn't done anything wrong. 4 wins in 10 starts in the year. And Patrick gave this one a really nice steer, June the 30th, stick handling through. And then last race, different tactics, but same result. There is number 3, Willie Walton. I have a lot of regard for this horse. This is one that you look at those 6 wins in 12 starts, but a lot of those wins were just outstanding efforts. Willie Walton, 8-5.
8-5 is getting to be a bit of a better price. I just, I have a hard time, taking a short price on one that hasn't raced since March the 20th. The qualifier is strong, and, you could certainly say that those classes he was beating up on are similar to this one, so why wouldn't he just do that again tonight? I just, think that it might be an opportunity to take value elsewhere, and St. K right now provides that for me at 8-1, but I certainly wouldn't fault anyone that says, hey, Willie Walton's the best, and I'm going to put him on top, but 4-5 on a win ticket might be difficult for me to accept.
Well, I did kind of anticipate 4-5 because people that have seen this horse know that he's really, really good. But where I went was to try to get away from the price horse was on the inside, 1 Fly Eagle Fly. And Brett McDonald for Richard Morrow, I like that combination. And also the thing with Fly Eagle Fly is called him last race up at Georgian Downs, and he can fly early. He gets the inside post position. He was game all the way to the finish, even though he did get tested a lot, and he stuck around to be beaten only a length. I thought it was a pretty solid effort. I've been liking Brett McDonald's driving. You gotta love Richard Morrow. He can certainly get the job done. He's won a few races in his career. Fly Eagle Fly, I like the 7-2.
Yeah, it's not a bad price in this one at all. When you look 2 back, Lost Valley, Kiel Amigo, got beat 5 lengths to that one, but I certainly would have no issue backing that one in here, even against Willie Walton. And this one, raced, reasonably well against that rival. 7-2 on the board, rail control. Definitely one I need to use underneath, that's for sure.
Now, you did have number 6, Ongoing Royalty, is one that you used underneath, and that's understandable. So I think that one might still be back in the paddock, but nonetheless, Ongoing Royalty is one that's been able to overcome tough posts. So if you're worried about the post position, that's the only thing he's been racing from lately.
Yeah, we keep saying, too, that this horse races well every week. He just has two difficult posts to really get into the race. And last time he got bet down to favoritism, even from that 8-hole. So I'm just kind of wondering, well, what's changed, right? He really did the best he could last time. And now, you're getting 16-1 from a better post position. I certainly think that, Ongoing Royalty is one that you need to look at that price.
One that should scare us both for leaving off the ticket at a price, and I understand why we've done it, number 7, Aim High Hanover, because what did he do wrong in his last few races? What did she do wrong?
Yeah, it's true. She's raced fantastic. And, you go back till really since Paul Belanger Jr. took over the training of this horse, all 4 of her efforts have been rock solid. Now, she does face tougher tonight, but she doesn't know that. And she's got to be brimming with confidence off of 2 wins. And really, does she even know she got beat the start before that when she lost by head? Probably not. In her mind, she might have won 4 in a row. So I certainly think that even though I didn't put her in my top 5, I struggled with not having her there because I've been on her every week.
Yeah, it's with Aim High Hanover and Ryan DeRoche for Paul Belanger Jr. At 12-1, you got to really like that idea there. Now, there's an outside post position that might not fit with number 8 Twin Bee Hugs, Paul McKenzie, but also one that raced pretty darn well here last race before, getting beat by St. K, but still only 2 1/4. It's just the post position, and you do see this one actually racing effectively from off the pace, but the overall form is pretty darn good on Twin Bee Hugs if you're going to try one at a price. 35-1, that's a price.
Yeah, 35-1's a big number. It's facing, a bit tougher because last time, she faced St. K was on June the 30th. So I would say, I'd use this horse underneath if you're looking for a bomb to land on the bottom end of the trifecta or super. But tonight, yeah, she's going to have to definitely change her tactics from the front end to from off the pace.
Now, overall, how do you see this? I see one Fly Eagle Fly making the early lead. What is your anticipation just overall in terms of the trip and how it might unfold?
I was kind of thinking the same, that Fly Eagle Fly actually has a big pace advantage over them in here and should push out. Willie Walton usually gets away reasonably well and then, moves at them, midway through the mile. St. K has shown speed before. I would like to see St. K show some speed off the gate to be in a good position. Oxford Hall is another one that, kind of depends on the race. He sometimes has definitely left out well. So I would say Fly Eagle Fly and Oxford Hall should both be pushing out. And who knows, maybe Brett McDonald can steal some early fractions.
So then you often tell me if you like the 1, you might at least have to look at the 9. And we did have the 9 on the screen earlier. And, I can see reasons that you might not like the 9 in here. But look at maybe if you're going to try to sneak a horse onto the ticket and off of a trip horse, maybe it's the absolute longest shot on the board at 60-1 off a win at Dresden.
Yeah, and from the trailing post at Dresden too. So this horse certainly, if the 1 does fire off, might be able to stay on that one's helmet. And if that does happen, we've seen it happen many times before, where they get spotted well and just kind of hide out in the pylons and then fall into it for a piece at a big price.
It would be a big price, 60-1 on the board right now. But I didn't anticipate a price on 3 Willie Walton, and I won't get it at 1-2. But I went with 1 Fly Eagle Fly at 9-2, and you went with number 5 St. K at 6-1. We'll see how it unfolds here in race number 6 as we have Fly Eagle Fly taking up positions with Oxford Hall. In the center, Willie Walton, St. K, and Ongoing Royalty. On the outside, Aim High Hanover, Twin Bee Hugs, and the second tier, Mr. Arch. It is a field of 8 for race number 6. They are gathering speed. There at the start of the rough, Fly Eagle Fly, Oxford Hall, Willie Walton. Ongoing Royalty is going to leave from the outside. Fly Eagle Fly, though, press it through along to the inside with Willie Walton and Ongoing Royalty. Oxford Hall is 4th away. Mr. Arch gets away 5th, and then St. K is 6th and is going to move over to the pylons, but still 3 wide racing action. Ongoing Royalty is 3 deep and wanting to come on and try to clear the lead. Ongoing Royalty at 9-1 will take over. Fly Eagle Fly now will race the pocket, and Willie Walton relented and dropped back and then went rough and made a break in stride. Oxford Hall is racing 3rd. Now Mr. Arch inherits 4th, and then St. K is back there in 5th. And then it is back to Aim High Hanover and Twin Bee Hugs. They race off the turn of a 27-3 opening quarter. Ongoing Royalty and Nick Stewart's got the lead. Right there in the pocket is Fly Eagle Fly. And now here comes Oxford Hall and Hurricane Hensley moving on the outside. Mr. Arch is well spotted. Second over at 60-1 is second over 4th. And then it is St. K who's part of the outer flow. Then Aim High Hanover and Twin Bee Hugs. Into the backstretch they go. Ongoing Royalty leads it by about 2.5 lengths. Now Oxford Hall on the outside and Fly Eagle Fly on the inside is racing 3rd. Mr. Arch is 4th, and then St. K still has lots of work to do. Is about 6 off the lead as they hustle on to 3/4. Ongoing Royalty. Ongoing Royalty now closing comes St. K, and St. K is going to brush out 3 wide. Ongoing Royalty. Oxford Hall. St. K is 3 deep. Fly Eagle Fly along to the inside and Mr. Archin. Then it is Aim High Hanover, 3/4, 127-1. And they're about to turn for home. St. K is looming 3 wide. Oxford Hall down to the inside, Ongoing Royalty. And Fly Eagle Fly now is flown to the outside. They come on down the stretch drive. St. K as they come to the finish is going to win. St. K wins it. Fly Eagle Fly was second. And then it was Oxford Hall and Aim High Hanover. St. K had won 57-3. Well, Rob, when Willie Walton went off stride, one thing we knew for sure, the favorite wasn't going to be on the high five, and it was an interesting dash, but another good steer by Patrick Shepard to get St. K home.
Yeah, it was. And, this horse really, I know that Willie Walton in here merited a lot of respect, but I don't understand the price on this one at 5-1. And I said it many times before the race, my top selection, and this horse has been racing really well. And Patrick Shepard, another real slick steer with this trotter, a handy trotter too, can seem to kind of do it from anywhere. Who knows what would have happened if Willie Walton didn't make a break, but I'm certainly happy with this result, Gary.
Well, we wanted to go against the price horse, and you took the 5 and I took the 1. You get the nod, but at least I'm there for the party second with Fly Eagle Fly, who actually sat pretty cozy along the pilot, and then Brett McDonald actually eased him out coming down the lane, and he still was very game coming to the finish.
Yeah, for sure. And, when I saw him angling to the outside, I figured he must have a lot of horse because he didn't want to wait for the passing lane and have his momentum broke by the horse that was slowing in front of him. So real nice steer by Brett McDonald and to know exactly what was happening there, to get to the outside and on the helmet of St. K to then charge up for second. I'll be honest, I didn't think he could get second from where he was, but it was a nice effort for that one to get there.
Of course, one of the things that changed the race, Ongoing Royalty has been racing from off the pace and left, and between the break of 3 Willie Walton and 6 Ongoing Royalty going to the front, who stuck around for 5th, who did race reasonably well, but that changed up the complexion as well.
Yeah, definitely. It was, for me, I didn't see that happening with Ongoing Royalty, but I guess we kind of should have because, when you're drawing outside all the time, when you do get a better post, even though it was post 6, you got to try to take advantage of it. And that's what they tried to do tonight. They ended up 3 wide early, and maybe that kind of caused Willie Walton to not want to play anymore in his first start back. But he made a break in stride. But, a decent effort from Ongoing Royalty to land 5th on the super high 5.
And number 7, Aim High Hanover, was able to get a piece, and a tough one to leave off because of the form.
Yeah, definitely. And, she's a horse that's a favorite of mine. So one that I'd certainly use underneath, but I didn't have her in my top 5 tonight.
That 5 is 5-1-2-7-6. But Rob's top pick, St. K, was okay and is back in the winner's circle. Number 5, St. K, 3-year-old Sebastian K.S. gelding, owned by Triple S Equine. Patrick Shepard is the trainer and the winning driver. It's the 5th win this year in lifetime for St. K, 157-3. The 6th race payouts 5 St. K, $12.90, $5, $3.50, 1 Fly Eagle Fly, $4.20, $2.90, and 2 Oxford Hall, $4.90. $2 exactor, $61.30. The dollar try, $71.45. The dollar pick for $119.70. And the dollar high five, $1,026.55. Note in the 7th race, Anthony Hahn driving 8 Sheena Soldier. It's a field of 9 going to post in approximately 10 minutes. The sixth race order finish from the top. It is 237. The order finished 237 scratch 15486. That's 237 scratch 15486.
All right, well, it's time for race number 7, final leg of our pick 3. And, well, because there's 10 races tonight, it's our first leg of the late pick 4. So start mapping out your winning wagers for that. We've got Trotters, non-winners of 4,000. Last 3. And, well, I remember when I was looking at this part of the card, I said, you know what, I'm going to go for some horses that might provide some value. St. K just got the job done at 5-1. And now I'm going to number 4, Herb's Journey. Going to try this one in this, upper condition class here at Grand River for Trotters. And last time, post 7, when an overland trip, finished third to Neon Lights. And now, tonight's, this one gets post 4, a much better post. Last time had this post, made a break in stride. Was bet down to 5-1 on that occasion. Did have a start in the preferred and was second to Arrakis, who was a pumped up winner here on June the 16th. I just think this one's form lines, might lead to something good tonight. You get, Scott Coulter back in the bike on this one, and Herb's Journey. Right now at 9-2, I think is a pretty solid price. And I see I'm lone wolfing it with this one. The other handicappers here, Ken Middleton and Gary Guy, not picking this one, anyone in their top 4. And then for second, I went to number 7, Norwegian Dad. And this horse was a real strong winner last time. In for a $15,000 claiming tag. This time is in for the optional claiming tag of $20,000 in this race. But that last win should certainly make him competitive in here. And he's won 3 of his last 5, all here at Grand River. The only 2 starts you can knock him for, those 2 in the preferred, which is, tougher than the group he faces today. Post 7, obviously a concern, but he did it from post 7 last time. 6-1. A Norwegian Dad is a pretty decent number as well. And I see that we're all picking that one somewhere in our top 2. Then number 3, Wish You'd Tell Me. Last time, racing the preferred, and Gary and I actually were wondering how this one would do. Got bet down in that race. Ended up getting a decent trip from the rail. Finished 4th on the end of it, which I thought was actually a pretty good showing for this one, even though we did take that much support. And, last start before that, got parked a long way from post 8 and then got placed up when Ace By made a break in the stretch. 3 starts back. I think Wish You Tell Me is one of the obvious contenders in here. And right now, sitting at 4-1 is about the appropriate price on this one. And then I went to number 5, Why a Muscle Mass for Richard Moreau and Brett McDonald. We saw them just finish second with Fly, Eagle, Fly. This one finished second to Neon Lights last time. Actually got the better of my top selection, Herb's Journey. But did, get away ahead of that one off the gate. But I think YA Muscle Mass is one you need to consider as well. On 6-1, this is a very interesting betting board. The favorite right now sits at 3-1, and there's a lot of horses taking support. But that means that every horse is, giving some decent value. If you like one in this race, I'm going to stick with number 4, Herb's Journey on top. But we'll come back and discuss this one a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 7th on grade 1. Red Hot Torch, Jason Ryan for a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 2, Zach to the max. Scott Ray for Jack Ray. Number 3, Wish You'd Tell Me, Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. Number 4, Herb's Journey, Scott Coulter for Duncan Brewer and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. 5 is Why a Muscle Mass, Brent McDonald for Richard Moreau and Rosa Renaud. Number 6 is You Can't Have It, Colin Kelly for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. And number 7 is Norwegian Dad, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers. Number 8 is Sheena Soldier, Anthony Hahn for Tim Terwaco and Gary Green. And number 9 is Ace by Doug Hendrickson for Jacques Dupont and Mark Cameron. Field of 9, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field, and we're going to start with number 4, Herb's Journey. And one that was a solid earner last year. Doesn't have a win yet in 9 starts this year, but now gets a better post position and one that might be sitting on a win. And Scotty Coulter's driven this horse a lot in the past. Herb's Journey, you get a very healthy 7-1. You got to love that price if it holds.
Yeah, I do, Gary. Much like the last race with St. K, I'm kind of getting excited at the number before the race even starts here. And, looks sharp on the track, and I think you said it right. I firmly believe this one might be sitting on a big effort today. He's been, racing well. Obviously broke stride 2 back, but overall, since the return of racing, he's kind of turned in some nice efforts and might put it all together today to find the winner's circle for the first time this season.
Yeah, he looks nice and smooth on the track, too. There's number 7, Norwegian Dad. And look at, this is one that you said, well, he got the job done last time out. He did more than get the job done. He kicked butt, and from post 7 and parking early. Take away those ones where he's raced in that preferred 2-3 handicap, which is well above here. He's been really out lights out. Got to be used somewhere on the ticket, 6-1.
Yeah, I almost use the same line with this one. What has he done wrong lately? But then someone might say, well, he was 8th and 9th, 2 and 3 starts back. But those were kind of lines you just kind of ignore because they're in the preferred. And, he had to kind of take his lumps in those classes. But, those 3 victories were rock solid and really dominant. Each of those 3 were all dominant victories. And I just think it all depends of the how the race kind of plays out. Post 7, he's done it from there before. I think if he ever gets forwardly placed, he could be a force to be reckoned with in here, and 5-1's a nice number on Norwegian Dad.
There's number 3, Wish You'd Tell Me, and this horse actually lived up to the betting. We were kind of surprised how much money he got last time out facing Tougher. He lived up to it. He was good.
Yeah, it was one that we were actually kind of surprised with that support last time. If you remember, Gary, we said, he's got the rail and the preferred handicap, and he was taking a lot of support. Ended up finishing 4th. That was a decent effort. Obviously in the race, the Tricks and Stones came around them all to win it, and I just think that this one in here 5-1 seems like a big price too. I guess with number 2 Zach to the Max hitting a lot of that money right now off the claim for Jack Ray at 9-5. Everything else is a little bit inflated.
Well, we've loved Austin Sorey's driving all day. He certainly has been able to be very effective. Why a Muscle Mass? We'll talk about an effective driver, Brett McDonald. Why a Muscle Mass? It's Brett McDonald and Richard Morrow. That's a very lively combination. This is a horse with only 1 win, though, in the past 20 starts, but is coming in off of a second. Should fit well.
Yeah, that second was a good effort as well. We kind of we didn't know how the trip would go for that one on that occasion, and he won a good one to finish second to Neon Lights, who was another dominant winner for the Demers barn. And this one is raced in some pretty decent spots. He doesn't really have the earnings over the last 2 years or the wins for it, but I do think that he's better kind of than that record shows. And Richard Moreau and Brett McDonald, we just saw them do well with Fly Eagle Fly, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one worked its way into the trifecta or super.
One we have to talk on, my top pick is number 2, Zach to the Max, and I think this one's sitting on a good effort. In fact, raced well at Mohawk last time out. Has 2 starts at Mohawk and then 1 here in that preferred 2 and 3 class with the 3 starts off the layoff. And now should like this spot, should like the post position. And I've seen some really fine efforts over at Flamborough Downs with Zach to the Max in against company that would be too tough for this field.
Yeah, definitely. Off the claim to Jack Ray. Scott ran the bike today, inside and inside speed. I think that this one will be looking for the lead earlier, somewhere at least close to it. Finished second to Arrakis last time. That one had a nice victory over here, a few weeks ago and has raced well ever since. So I certainly think Zach to the Max is one that you have to consider. Even money, though, a little too short for me on the win price.
We will find out how things unfold in the 7th race, as it is a field of 9 taking up positions. Red Hot Torch and Zach to the Max, and Wish You'd Tell Me on the inside. Herb's Journey, Why and Muscle Mass in the center. On the outside, You Can't Have It, Norwegian Dad and Sheena Soldier. And the second tier belongs to Ace By. It's a field of 9. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 7th race is at the start of the rough. Zach to the Max and Wish You'd Tell Me, and Red Hot Torch down to the inside, and then it is Herb's Journey and YA Muscle Mass, and Norwegian Dad continues to march on the outside as they race on into the backstretch. Zach to the Max, though, has got that early lead. There goes Herb's Journey continuing on the outside, and Wish You'd Tell Me is racing position to third as they roll on towards the opening quarter. Then it is Red Hot Torch, Norwegian Dad found a C in front of YA Muscle Mass, and then it is back to You Can't Have It, and then further back is Ace By, and they race their way on past the opening quarter in 27 and 3, and the field works on towards us, and then way back is Sheena Soldier. But it is Zach to the Max with a lead of about 2 in front of Wish You'd Tell Me as they come off the turn of a 27 and 3 opening quarter. Zach to the Max and Wish You'd Tell Me. And on the inside, Herb's Journey elects to stay on the inside. His Red Hot Torch is going to be the one traveling first over. Norwegian Dad is spotted second over Fair. You Can't Have It is 6th, and then YA Muscle Mass and Ace By, 4 to the inside, 4 to the outside, and well back is Sheena Soldier. 57 and 2 is the halftime. And right now it is Zach to the Max. Red Hot Torch is advancing on the outside, though, coming first over. Wish You'd Tell Me. Norwegian Dad is well spotted second over. Is going to pull right now and head out there 3 wide. It is Zach to the Max and Norwegian Dad. Red Hot Torch in the center of the track is still there on the hunt. Wish You'd Tell Me is down to the inside. Then YA Muscle Mass. Herb's Journey is wheeled out and has found a seam now. And then it is Ace By and You Can't Have It. But it is Norwegian Dad. Norwegian Dad and Red Hot Torch on the inside. Zach to the Max, and now Herb's Journey is moving up in the center of the track, but it is Norwegian Dad. Norwegian Dad and Red Hot Torch on the outside. It is, actually on the inside, it'll be Red Hot Torch to win it. Red Hot Torch victorious, and then Norwegian Dad in close for third between Ace By and Herb's Journey. 158 and 1. Red Hot Torch came first up, and that didn't torch him. He was able to keep on going and win.
Yeah, it was a nice effort from Red Hot Torch there. And I honestly thought Norwegian Dad was going to get there, Gary. A nice trip worked out for that one and just couldn't get by this one. I had Herb's Journey on the inside, Norwegian Dad on the outside of that one and the stretch, and needed one of them to get there and couldn't do it. So a horse that I didn't use in my top 5, Red Hot Torch, is victorious.
Well, Kenny Middleton used this one in behind the 2 obvious ones that were getting all of the action. He used Red Hot Torch for third, so props to Kenny Middleton. And you do see this one racing with solid company and dropping in class and getting the inside. Maybe that's the key, but still, overcoming a first-up trip is also a big effort.
Yeah, definitely. No, it was a solid effort from that one. And Ace By was closing well from out of it, and I didn't like his prospects from the trailing post tonight, but a nice effort for that one with the trotting hobbles back on, and I think we may have to put that one on the watch list, Gary.
Yeah, I think he does belong on there. And, of course, Ace By, one of the things we've been a little reluctant to, sometimes he can be a little iffy. He's made some breaks, but that was a smooth outing.
Yeah, definitely. And I was kind of wondering if everyone forgot about this one. He got hammered down his last two, but trailing post, a tough spot for a horse that makes breaks, and definitely one you might want to come back to next time. Norwegian Dad, wow, he was 12-1. That breaks my heart a little bit more seeing that he didn't get there.
Yeah, and Paul gave him a heck of a ride, and as soon as he gets a better post position, but you do get 12-1 underneath one red hot torch inside post position, dropping in class, and we kind of missed it. 1794. Coming back in front of us is one red hot torch, a 5-year-old Angus Hall Bay gelding, owned by a numbered company from Ottawa. Jason Ryan is the trainer, and the winning drive. Ricky Bobby drives and trains red hot torch to victory, 4th win this year, 13th lifetime, 158-1. Seventh race payouts, one red hot torch, 11-10, 5-10, 370, 7 Norwegian Dad, 570 and 720, and 9 Ace by 690. $2 exactor, 171.30. The dollar try, 1184.45. 20-cent superfecta, 1861.95. Ka-ching. The 7th race order finished in the top. 176458293. That's 176458293.
All right, folks, let's take a look at race number 8. We've got filly and mares on the pace of the $8,500 claiming variety. And, well, in this one, I'm going to go to post number 6 and Mocking Beauty. Her last effort, she kind of got a bit of a rough trip early, but made the lead from the 4-hole in a tougher spot than this one. I'd actually say probably a much tougher spot than this one. And then got to the lead and held a healthy margin at the half before, kind of tiring late to finish 5th, beaten three lengths under the wire. Vines to Heaven was the winner of that one, and I think that Vines to Heaven would be 1-9 in here, even on one of her worst days. So 7-2 on Mocking Beauty right now looks like a pretty good price. I'd be surprised if we get that price. It's just a class drop for this one. And you look back for Mocking Beauty, June 28th at Mohawk Park, racing in an open claimer there as well for $15,000. Finished 7th, but that was against a pretty solid group. So I think this one might be, ready to, maybe find the winner's circle in this easier spot. Austin Soray up, and I think he might have the best one in this contest. And for second, I went to number 7, TC Scandal, another one that's getting class relief. And for $12,000 last time at Mohawk Park, and kind of got trapped on the inside. Looked like she might come forward in the stretch, and then when she did get clearance, she kind of flattened out. But it was still a decent effort, against a solid group where I would take probably those top 3 anyways, and play them confidently in this contest. So TC Scandal, tough post, decent price though at 6-1. And then you know what? I had to use number 2, Brienne the Beauty. I put a big circle around this one after her last, and that was because how easily she did it. She got away 7th off the gate, sat back there, didn't really make a move, and then Ryan DeRoche just kind of pointed her to the outside, and she did the rest. He did tap her a couple times in the lane when I watched the replay, but she was in her tight lines in 56-3. Brienne the Beauty, that effort just jumps off at me, and I'll be honest, I wanted to put her on top, but I think this is obviously a much tougher spot in an open $8,500 claimer, and that condition on that race was a pretty decent one. It wasn't like it was, one that restricted a lot of horses. So I think Brienne the Beauty is one that has a shot, especially from the inside post. And these connections did have a win earlier tonight. So I think they might be able to get another one. And it was from post 2 as well. Brienne the Beauty right now 7-2 on the board. One that I'd certainly take a long look at because that last effort was tremendous. And then in for the 4th spot, how could I not go to number 8? And this is one that I really liked last time. Erica Shadow, first start for Rachel Andrew in this one's latest. Got away 8th off the gate, was like 4 or 5 wide, maybe even more than that in the last turn. Ended up getting up for 4th, and now winners of 2,000 last 3. Now gets tagged, for a claiming price. And, post 8 again, though. I was so hoping this one would draw a good post. Post 8's a tough spot to, support this one from, but I did last time at 14-1, so why not this time at 11-1? And what really should be an easier group here. So Erica Shadow, definitely a play underneath for me at that price. I'm going number 6, Mocking Beauty on top of number 7, TC Scandal. And then I can't leave out number 2, Brienne the Beauty off her last effort, and also throwing in Erica Shadow. And I'm curious to see what price she ends up at. But we're going to come back after the post parade and take a closer look at this 8th race of the evening.
Field for the 8th race on parade. 1 Northern Belle, Colin Kelly for Greg Campbell, and Angelo DeLellis. Number 2 is Brienne the Beauty, Rod Roche for Dolores Barcelona and Brittany Dillon. Number 3 is Dry Creek Image, Aaron Byron for Joe Pereira. Number 4 is Return to Style, Paul McKenzie for Jeffrey Hunt and Lori Jennings and Jonathan Guignay. Number 5 is Brave as My Mama, Drew Neal for Gary Anderson. Number 6, Mocking Beauty, Austin Surrey for Gary Bishop and Courtney Bishop. And number 7, TC Scandal, Scott Calder for Dean Nixon and Michael Gillis. And 8 is Erica's Shadow, Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. And number 9, Dana Salam, Brian Collins, drives and trains and partners with Cindy Collins. Field of 9, race number 8. And note the claim at number 6, Mocking Beauty. And Colin Kelly drives 1. There is number 6, Mocking Beauty. And I got to tell you, Rob, I actually had a different horse on top at first look through and then changed my mind and said, no, Mocking Beauty really deserves to be the one to beat. That was a fine effort. I know that this one only has 1 top 3 finish and 9 starts this year, but it is a softer spot and really looked the part last time out. Even though 5th, did a lot of work.
Yeah, Gary, you know, I always kind of a similar approach because I was in the same boat. I did have a different one on top as well and then said, you know what, after watching that replay a few more times last time with the class relief, I said, you know what, Mocking Beauty is the best in here, and as long as she gets a little bit of a better trip, I think they'll have a hard time beating her. She looks good on the track. She's claimed there is no tomorrow for the current connections, and I certainly think that she's the one to beat at 9-5.
9-5, not much of a price, but one that does offer a nice price is your second choice, 7 TC Scandal. Not a great post position, but definitely facing tougher. You see some nice miles at Scioto, but that track often yields some quick times, but also a 12-time winner last year.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the times at Scioto Downs, I really put too much into, but it was her last effort that I kind of watched a few times to get a handle on it. You know, she kind of looked like she had pace and was trying to come through. Then when the clearance kind of came much later than, you know, probably she needed it, she kind of flattened out a bit. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised if she comes out with a decent effort today. The 7 hole's the big problem, but she does have 25 lifetime wins, so she's got a nose for the wire.
I'll tell you, I had a problem with number 2, Brienne the Beauty, just because that was such an impressive start last time out, but also 2 wins in the past 28. That's something that I faulted against her, and yet I wasn't sure. I didn't feel comfortable faulting her because, yeah, she was really impressive.
Yeah, it was one of those eye-catching ones where you had to watch it again. Kind of like Trixton Stone's effort in the Preferred last week. I had to watch this replay a few times before I could really get a handle on what I had seen because she just did it so easily. And, you know, this is definitely a tougher group, but she draws inside. And if she ever comes back to her latest, I think she might be able to march past most of these, if not them all. The Connections had a win earlier tonight. Maybe the barn's heating up, and this is one you don't want to ignore, especially at a price right now of 8-1.
There's number 8, Erica's Shadow. The only reason why I didn't use her was post position 8. But you're right. I mean, she was absolutely digging and doing a lot of work. Got way out wide.
Yeah, it was, you know, one of those efforts where I kind of played her in that effort there at 14-1, and you're watching it saying this can't work out. There's no way it can work out. Then you get a little bit excited when she goes 3, 4, even 5 wide. She ended up finishing 4th, and it was a really good effort to do so. Maddie's credit was tons the best in there. This is an easier spot, but wow, post 8 again. You know, if this mare had drawn, I would say 5 or in, she'd be my top selection. Just post 8 is so tough, you know. How does it work out for her?
And should be noted that last start was the first start for Rachel Anderson, now second start with Rachel. Look, there's number 4, Return to Style, one that is my second choice. You didn't use Ken Middleton's top pick. Number 4, Return to Style, actually is the one that I had on top and then changed my mind. I'll tell you something, that race at Georgian Downs that I called, though, that's the reason why I initially had her on top. It was an outstanding effort, 55-2, circled up 3 wide. She was all business.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it was a good effort, you know, and The one thing I will say about efforts like that is she was second over behind two horses that were battling, and she got a big advantage because she goes three wide behind, around two horses that are definitely tiring, and opened a big margin. I don't want to discredit her for that effort at all, but I watched it a few times, and that's why I kind of actually dropped her out of my top four, because I kind of think she got an easier go of it than the line shows.
Well, and this was a good horse last year as well with 5 wins, so we'll see if changing my mind matters. But look, we both changed to number 6, Mocking Beauty. It is the favorite in here and is currently now on the board at 7-5. Field 4, race number 8 taking up positions. Northern Belle, Brienne the Beauty, Dry Creek Image on the inside. In the center, Return to Style is Brave as My Mama. On the outside, Mocking Beauty and TC Scandal. And Erica's Shadow, the second tier, Dana Salam. Field for the 8th race. And off stride early is Dry Creek Image and spots the field about a dozen lengths, and they're at the start of the rough. Return to Style will get out well. Northern Belle down to the inside, and Mocking Beauty is marching, as is TC Scandal, as they work their way around the turn. Then moving down to the inside and racing position 5th is As Brave as My Mama. Erica's Shadow has beaten 3 in there, Dana Salam, and Brienne the Beauty is second from last in Dry Creek Image. After that early break is trailing the field. Mocking Beauty has the lead for Austin Surrey, and Northern Belle is second. Return to Style is third, and then TC Scandal is positioned 4th as they race the turn. 28-1's the opening quarter. Then it is back to As Brave as My Mama and Erica's Shadow and Brienne the Beauty as the field comes off the turn and races on towards us, and then Dry Creek Image. But leading the way, Mocking Beauty and Austin Surrey is doing the work early in this one, and Northern Belle at 14-1 is getting a trip on the inside in the pocket. Then racing the third is Return to Style, electing to stay on the inside, and TC Scandal moves on the outside and is traveling first over. Down to the inside, racing 5th is As Brave as My Mama. Erica's Shadow gains a bit of ground on the outside and is on the back of TC Scandal and has come on to take over 5th. This is Brave as My Mama is 6th, and then back to Dana Salam and Dry Creek Image. Brienne the Beauty has to pass them all to win him now. Northern Belle took to the outside. Northern Belle at 14-1 has grabbed a slim lead, but fighting back is Mocking Beauty. Northern Belle and Mocking Beauty. TC Scandal is racing third, and then Erica's Shadow has advanced up to 4th. 5th down to the inside is Return to Style. It is Mocking Beauty, and then on the center of the track, Northern Belle out wide comes TC Scandal. It is Mocking Beauty, TC Scandal, Mocking Beauty digging into the finish with TC Scandal. Mocking Beauty was able to hold on. TC Scandal was second. Erica's Shadow came up to get third, and then Northern Belle was 4th, and 9-5 on number 6, Mocking Beauty, who got tested, but Aaron Sorey was able to keep on going with Mocking Beauty to get the job done, Rob.
Yeah, we thought this one was the best, and I think she showed it in the race. Got to the lead, and Austin Surrey, drove this one like he had the best one in the race, and I was kind of surprised to see Northern Belle and Colin Kelly pop the pocket on her there. I tried to ambush her, I think. Maybe he figured best chance to win was to try to get by her down the backside there. And, Mocking Beauty, though, dug in there after TC Scandal came to her late. And, I somehow worked out a cold exacta there, even though I wasn't sure how it was going to work out through the race, Gary.
It is right. They're beaten about ahead. Nice effort by Mocking Beauty. Actually, Northern Belle full marks to still stick around for a 4th after working hard against the favorite coming first up against it. And also, look, Erica's Shadow was able to move up steadily through post position 8 and all, and did live up to what we saw last week to finish 3rd at 3-1.
Yeah, a lot of late money came out on Erica's Shadow too. She was, around 8-1 or so throughout the betting. Got hammered down late to 3-1. Got a decent spot off the gate, but still, had a lot of work to do. That 8 hole's tough, and rest assured, I'll be going back to this one if she can draw inside against a beatable group.
On the board, we have a 6, 7, 8, 1. And Rob and I are starting to be members of the Austin Surrey fan club. Certainly got the job done again. Coming back in front of us, number 6, Mocking Beauty, a 5-year-old Mach 3 bay mare, owned by Courtney Bishop, trained by Gary Bishop. Austin Sori with the winning drive. First win this year, 10th lifetime for Mocking Beauty, 156-1. Eighth race payout, 6 Mocking Beauty, 580, 420, 340, 7 TC Scandal, 475.10, 8 Erica Shadow, 410, $2 exactor, 37.40, dollar try, 43.90, dollar super, 270.85. The eighth race order finish from the top, 489-651-237. That's 489-651-237. And the claim of number 6, Mocking Beauty. The new owner and trainer will be J.R. Plot.
All right, well, time flies when you're having fun, folks. We're already at race 9. We've only got 2 left. It's the start of the late double. And, well, now we're going to go back to trotters. And this is for claimers, $15,000. For non-winners of $25,000 life. And I'm going to go to a horse here that you're going to say, Rob, you don't usually take horses that are off a layoff, without a start under their belt. But I'm going to do it here with number 3, Titan's Dream. Titan's Dream. 3 qualifiers in preparation for this start. Made a miscue in 2 of them, but it's the last one that I'm a fan of. From the 8 hole, got away to the early lead and tried to make every call a winning one before getting picked up by a horse that I thought qualified very well in Valley Hanover. Paul McDonnell had that one flying on the outside, got the better of this one at the wire. And Mystic was on the inside of this one, who was an OSS Gold horse last year. So Titan's Dream, for Mark Winnicott and Aaron Byron here, might be one you want to look at, but we'll probably know pretty early this one's prospects, because I think it might be one of those ones where it might be win or be nowhere. Titan's Dream right now at 9-2. I just like that qualifier, and I think that this horse certainly has the speed to go with these. 1 and non-winners of 2 at Flamborough, an open non-winners of 2 on March the 13th, and now is in a condition claimer for non-winners of 25,000 life. So I'm going to go with this one on top. And when I give you my second horse here, you're going to say, again, Rob, why don't you just go and buy this horse? Because you're always backing this horse, and we haven't had success yet. Number 4, Guccio's Office. I'm going to stick with them in the second position. And that's because I still believe this horse can show more. Has not had much success in his last few anyway since the shutdown, but that start on March 25th at Flamborough was one I was a big, big fan of. Still waiting to see that from this one. 17-1. Maybe we'll see it tonight from to land underneath. Guccio's Office is one that I'm going to keep chasing. I'm just stubborn that way, I guess. Number 2, DJ Roy Hall is one that now gets tagged and racing, has been racing in an open non-winners of 25,000 life, and did get a win there on June the 16th from the rail. Made every call a winning one. Since then, has raced okay in I guess 2 starts back before making a break. Last time got parked a long way, faded to 7th. Now we'll race out of the barn of Patrick Shepard, and he'll be aboard for the steer. And he's been driving pretty well, especially with St. K. So if he can give this one a solid trip, I think DJ Roy Hall should have a big shot here. 6-1 seems like a big overlay on that one. And then I'm going to go to number 6. You Could Be That Girl. We saw these connections win earlier tonight. I pegged this one as an underneath play last time on July the 5th. Ended up finishing 5th at 57-1. I like that this one did, close throughout, and I almost thought this one might get up for 4th in the bottom end of my superfecta ticket. Didn't get there. Maybe she does tonight, though, at a big price, 12-1 right now on the board. Was hoping for more than that, but hey, I do like her as just a smaller player on the bottom end of my superfecta ticket. But for me, I'm going to go with Titan's Dream. I'm going to take a chance here on a horse that hopefully will mind his manners and go to the front to get the job done for Mark Winnicott and Aaron Byron. But I'm still going to use my Guccio's Office underneath at 25-1. Horses are moving on onto the track, and we'll come back and talk about this more with Gary Guy.
Field 4 race number 9 on parade. 1 Italian Grid, Travis Henry for Madeline Henry and the stable. Number 2 is DJ Roy Hall, Patrick Shepard for Triple S Equine. Number 3, Titan's Dream, Aaron Byron for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith, and Donna Parker and Mark Winnicott. And number 4, Guccio's Office, Steve Charlton for Kathleen Charlton. Number 5 is Unfinished Business. Colin Kelly for Mel Giles and Inglewood Stables. Number 6, You Could Be That Girl. Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Basilone for Laces Racing. Number 7, Hetty's Magic. Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers. And number 8 is CD Max. Scott Quiller for Gary Mahan and David Williamson and Paul Mahan. And number 9, Got the Touch. Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and David Boyle. Field of 9, race number 9. Well, Rob, in this one, Kenny and I both like the top 2 of 2 and 1. And you're lone wolfing at 3 and 4. You get the price of 12 to 1 and of 15 to 1. Number 3, Titan's Dream. I'm really surprised you took this one on top because it goes against your normal strain. So you must really like this horse.
I like the qualifier, Gary, and Valley Hanover, I think really trotted well on that one and was victorious. This one finished second, had the 8-hole, got away to the lead, went a long way in the front end before getting caught. Did hang on against Mystic for second, and that horse was a gold horse last year. So, Titan's Dream in this spot, I think if he minds his manners and he gets to the front end, he might be tough to catch. 9 to 1 is a big price.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll be cheering for you in here because even though I have the favorite at 8 to 5, and there is number 2, DJ Roy Hall, I always love it when someone takes a stand and goes shopping for a price. So I would back your horse if the horse stays up in price. But there's 2, DJ Roy Hall. What I loved is drops in class. We saw this one race extremely well. June the 16th on the lead against Tougher. Was good till that break, 2 races back. Last race was, that was a tough outing, but first up trip, I think there's a lot of positives like DJ Roy Hall. And you mentioned Patrick Shepard. Actually, he drove very nicely on the horse that you keep loving, St. K. So DJ Roy Hall and Patrick Shepard getting love at 9 to 5.
Yeah, and first started of Patrick's barn as well, and we've seen that work many times in the past. There's a lot to like about this one, and he looks good on the track as well. I figured he'd take a lot of support. He is right now at 8 to 5, but I certainly think that he's got a reason to move forward.
There's your chestnut that you're in love with. Number 4, Guccio's Office. And one of these days.
Yeah, one of these days. I got a message from someone that said, "Why don't you just claim the horse?" maybe I should because I haven't burned that much money yet on this one. But you know what? Listen, I think this horse, that effort 4 back was really good, and obviously maybe the last few leave something to be desired. But I do think this horse is going to provide his best at some point. I'm not going to go off him until I see it. I'll be honest. 12 to 1 underneath play. I don't mind it.
Well, he is a very handsome-looking chestnut. We'll see if we can get this horse to move up 13 to 1. You got to love the price. There is number 6, You Could Be That Girl. Ryan DeRoche and Dolores Basilone. Post 8 last race has an excuse to be better because that was, that's did come a nice back half, but post 8 is tough to overcome.
Yeah, definitely. And people live at the track at Grand River probably could hear me yelling for this one to get up for 4th last time because she was 57 to 1, and I thought she might get there. She didn't. She finished 5th, but I did peg her underneath in the Super that day, and I thought it was a good effort. Now draws in a few spots, and this kind of maybe rates up equal and classification wise, but the Connections did get a win earlier tonight. 5 to 1 though now. Wow, it's a lot lower than I expected on this one, Gary.
We better quickly touch on number 1, Italian Grit, because Kenny and I both have this one as second, and you left him off. So I'll tell you what I did like is I thought Italian Grit raced really well here June the 30th, second beaten a neck to PL Oscar. That was a good measuring stick. And actually last race, they went a soft half a minute and 2, so it wasn't able to close. But I think Italian Grit inside post could bounce back and be a factor. 9 to 2, now 5 to 1.
I was a little bit disappointed with his effort last time. Liked the effort 2 back. I just kind of took a stand against this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a big piece of it.
Well, we'll see if you can get your chestnut in here. Titan's Dream is your top pick. You're getting value 5 to 1. No value in my top one and Kenny's top one in 2, DJ Roy Hall. Taking up their positions, Italian Grit, DJ Roy Hall, Titan's Dream. In the center, Guccio's Office, Unfinished Business. To the outside, You Could Be That Girl, Hetty's Magic, and CD Max, the second tier. Got That Touch. Field for the ninth race. Titans Dream, Italian Grip, Unfinished Business, and Hetty's Magic. They raced their way out around that first turn, and right now driving on the outside. Hetty's Magic and Paul McKenzie from an outside post is going to clear to the lead. Titans Dream is out well to race second. Unfinished Business is third. Then it is Italian Grit, and DJ Roy Hall is racing fifth. Then it is back to Got the Touch, and further back is Guccio's Office, and You Could Be That Girl, and CD Max is trailing the field. And now it's going to be Titans Dream to come back around and reclaim the lead for Aaron Byron, and is on top. Hetty's Magic is right there in the pocket at 45-1, and at 40-1. Unfinished Business is racing third. Italian Grit is fourth, and DJ Roy Hall is fifth as the field comes off the turn. And Bennett is back to Got the Touch as they race on towards us. Guccio's Office is seventh, and then You Could Be That Girl and CD Max. But right now it is Titans Dream of a 28 opening quarter, 58 seconds, second half, 30 seconds in that second panel. And they work their way on into the backstretch. And then Hetty's Magic now moving on the outside. Italian Grip is showing some first up grip and is moving up now and is only about a length and a quarter off the lead. On the inside, Hetty's Magic. DJ Roy Hall now is looming and is out there and is moving up and is about 3 1/4 lengths off the lead of Titans Dream, and also getting a bit closer is Unfinished Business. And then it is You Could Be That Girl and Got the Touch, and Guccio's Office is 8 3/4, 127-4, and Titans Dream is a Titan right now, leads by 2.5. Italian Grit and DJ Roy Hall. DJ Roy Hall has come on the outside to take over second. Italian Grit is third. Then You Could Be That Girl and Hetty's Magic, but Titans Dream with a titanic effort to win it and take it by about 2.5. And DJ Roy Hall was second. Then You Could Be That Girl close for fourth between Guccio's Office and Got That Touch, but you had the touch with Titans Dream, Rob, in 158-2.
Yeah, this one, you know what, this just really bumped up that qualifier, folks. If you follow me in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park, I did talk about that qualifier a lot. We're going to see those horses race. Well, it's actually quite a ways away right now. I wrote it for, when is it, for the weekend? So I don't know when that horse is out exactly, Valley Hanover, but it just bumped that horse up big time because the qualifying effort was big, and this one came out after finishing a runner-up in it. And, wow, that was a lights-out effort. Aaron Byron did a great job to keep this one in the trot. Cruise to the wire for Mark Winnicott. Love this horse tonight. Guccio, did we get up for fourth in the Super, Gary? That's my big question right now.
That's all I wanted to see in the slow-mo. I don't care about the winner. We know who won the race. Let's see the... Well,
I don't think so.
No, actually, I think he did. We're going to find out, but... Nonetheless, actually, Guccio's Office did race better. Not the second that you picked, but actually at least raced better than the odds.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a bias for my love for that horse. I actually got hit with quite a few text messages from friends watching tonight saying that, I clearly am just stuck on this horse. I just can't get off him. But, hey, I'm going to stay with him. But Titans Dream was one I really liked. And not the 8-1 we saw earlier, Gary, but 5-2. We'll take it.
Well, there's only one horse that you had more love for than Guccio's Office in this race, and that's the one that's going to come back in front of us. It is number 3, Titans Dream, a 4-year-old EL Titan, big gelding, owned by Donald Smith and Donna Parker and Mark Winnicott. Mark Winnicott is the trainer. Aaron Byron's the winning driver. It is the second win this year, 4th lifetime. Titans Dream, 158-2. Ninth race, payouts. Number 3, Titans Dream, 710, 390, 360. Number 2, DJ Roy Hall for 30, 280. And 6, You Could Be That Girl, 480. $2 Exactor, 3070. Dollar Tribe, 9040. Dollar Superfecta, 703.80. Ninth race, order of finish from the top. 9, 2, 1, 5. 7 place 6, 3, 6 place 8, 8 place 7, and then 4. Once again from the top down. 9, 2, 1, 5, 6, 3, 8, 7, 4.
All right, folks. Well, your old pal RRJR is giving you 5 of the last 6 winners. We've had some fun tonight. All right, we needed that after a tough Monday night here at the river. Hopefully we can keep it going in the last dash of the night, and it is our co-main event. Filly and Mares preferred, and well, I'm going to a spot that, I don't usually go to. I did it last time with a horse that was off a layoff, and this time it's with one that is, been handed the outside post by the race office. The only horse in the race that was given a post. The rest of them had an open draw, but number 8, Casimir Swamp Girl, was handed post 8 because they think she's the best in here, and so do I. The problem is, how does she get into the race? Well, last time she, got away with the lead. She usually likes to do that, and got into a real war on July 3rd at Georgian Downs, hit the half in 54 flat. After that, you can't really expect too much. But if you look at who she's been facing, Sly Eleanor, that's a quality mare right there, and finished second to her in back-to-back efforts at Georgian Downs. This is post 8, but I do believe that she is the best in the race. I agree with the race office. I think, though, that maybe Colin Kelly can work out some kind of a trip, getting her off the gate, getting her into the race. I'm going to go with her, something I don't usually do, but I did that last race and taking a horse that was off a layoff. So, in for second, I like number 4, Smokin' Reactor. I was on this one last time when she was victorious for JR Plant, got away 6th off the gate. Not something she usually does from post 7. Made a big move down the backside for the last time and opened up with every stride to win with ease. I think that you need to consider her in here, and I see Gary has gone to that one as his top selection. 6-1 on the board seems like some value on this one. And then another horse that I'm enamored with, apparently, number 3, Happy Looker. I always seem to pick this one on top. Not tonight, though, in the preferred, but I do like the way this one is raced. No worse than third since coming back from the shutdown, and has hit the board in 5 of 7 this season. I think that if Aaron Byron can get this one with a favorable trip tonight, I think she can get a piece of it in this preferred race. And 4-1 on the board right now, I'd say, is probably about a couple points too short for me on number 3, Happy Looker. In for 4th, they went to number 9, Emblanette. Huge effort from this one last time. I would say last time in 3 starts back, Emblanette raced fantastic. 2 starts back, just couldn't get into the race. But her win last time was an eye-catching one. She leaves from the trailing post tonight. Shouldn't bother this one too much, though, because she doesn't usually leave out with any kind of authority. I think that this is one you need to consider underneath on your ticket. 7-1 seems like the right price on Emblanette. And then I went down to the inside to post 2 for Charmbo Brie for my 5th selection on the bottom end of the Super High 5. Hoping this one could just get off the gates, sit a trip and get a piece of it. I did not use the rail horse, which I'll probably end up paying for later. Significance, definitely a classy mare. Has the rail. We see the rail hit the Super High 5 in so many instances here at Grand River Raceway. So I might end up paying for that one later. But I am sticking with the horse the race office thinks the best, and so do I. Number 8, Casimir Swamp Girl. It's going to be a tough task from post 8, but I'll give it a whirl. This is the final race of the evening, our co-main event, the preferred 3 for fillies and mares, and it's also the Super High 5. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for race number 10. On parade 1, Significant. Scott Quilliver, Lacey McCabe, and Glenview Livestock, Gerald Cherry. Number 2, Charbro Brie, Paul McKenzie for John Ryer. Number 3 is Happy Looker, Aaron Byron for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. And number 4 is Smokin' Reactor, JR Plant, drives and trains and owns. And number 5, Maddie's Credit, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 6, Sirius Star, Mike Horner for Mark Horner and Douglas Wilson. And number 7, Top Royal, Jay Harris for Kendall, Ron, and Brighton Farms. Number 8 is Casper Swamp Girl, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens and William Pendleton. And number 9 is Emblanette. Bo Brown drives and trains and is the lessee. Field of 9 for race number 10. And Rob, I think this is an excellent handicapping race. I don't expect one significance to stay anywhere near that 6-5. That shocks me. I think it's a pretty wide open dash, and it also was helpful that the best horse has to work on the outside. I went against the horse, but I went against the post position, not the horse. Number 8, Casimir Swamp Girl, but you were willing to bite on the post.
Yeah, I decided, you know what, I might as well do a couple things that I don't usually do. Let's be crazy, Gary. I went with this one from post 8. And, I just think she's the best horse in the race. I do, admit, though, that this is a pretty good field when you consider it top to bottom. But I do think she stands out. Her last few have been, really strong efforts. Last time, no chance the way the race went. And, 10 of 20 last year, 7 of 3 this season, 5 of 7 in the money. I just think that, if she can blast off and land anywhere, near the top, really, she'll be tough to beat.
One of the things that I'm worried about, I see her as being a little bit one-dimensional. There's a lot of early speed in this race. I could see her getting stuck and not being able to find the trip. So that's why I went with a horse that you like a lot, number 4, Smoke and Reactor. We both took this horse last time out to win. She got the job done. In fact, one thing, remember J.R. Plot had to kind of wrestle with this one early because he wanted to leave and then changed his mind. And we were shocked that he was able to have a change of action with Smoke and Reactor because she tends to get up on the rig, and we saw her really grabbing on. I think she won't be taking back in this one, and I expect Smoke and Reactor to have a big outing. Shocked at the price.
Yeah. Yeah, the price is insane right now. It can't stay there, can it? If it does, I'll definitely have a win ticket on this one. You're right. The program doesn't show a horse that tries to leave and then ends up 6th at the quarter pole, and she did try to leave from the 7 hole, and JR did have to wrestle her back, and it's very strange typically for a horse to come back on and provide a big effort after that happens, and she did. So I think she's got a big shot here. I've got her pegged for second, 22-1 now. Well, still 22-1. That's a wild price.
A horse that you love almost as much as Guccio's Office is number 3, Happy Looker. Happy Looker is one that, has done nothing wrong when you look at the lines. And tough spot, but you get 12-1.
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong except not get the job done for me yet. So I went off her tonight, but she's raced well. That third place finish, 3 back, parked a long way. Then kind of got trapped in, 2 back, and then first over again last time. I think today she needs a favorable trip. If she doesn't get it, she might be in deep water. But if Aaron can give her, something with cover or at least an inside trip in the pylons, I think she can get a piece fit 11-1.
There's a look at 9, Emblanette, and this one raced from off the pace last race, got the job done. Yeah, there is a gate speed on the inside, but it really doesn't even matter. Emblanette was really impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And Bo Brown was my dream crusher that night because I desperately needed a Happy Looker, and he whizzed by her in the lane on Emblanette, and it was a really nice effort. And like I said, last time in 3 starts back were rock solid efforts from this mare. And I don't think the trailing post hurts this one. So, if you're a fan of Emblanette, 10-1 is a pretty nice price.
Number 2, Chambro Brie is moving up, and 6-1. Definitely should be able to get a trip. I think she's in a bit tough here, but she gets a post position that helps to make it work out at least.
Yeah, definitely. This is the one that when I was looking for that inside post to throw in the bottom end of my tickets, I said, you know what, I'll go with Chambro Brie. And I actually left significance off, which right now, even money, I might end up paying for that. But definitely think that Chambro Brie could hit the ticket.
Well, the tote board has been talking to us, and oftentimes in the past we have listened. We were not listening to the tote board. We'll see how it unfolds. Casper Swampko, your top one. Mine, Smoke and Reactor. Taking up positions, Significance, Chambro Brie, Happy Looker on the inside. On the center, Smoke and Reactor. And Maddie's credit to the outside, Sirius Star, Top Royal, Casper Swamp Girl, and the second tier, Emblanette. Field for the 10th race. is at the start of the round. Smoking Reactor leaves with significance down to the inside. There goes Casper Swamp Girl. It is Smoking Reactor who is able to blast out and take the lead. Casper Swamp Girl to the outside. Significance is racing third, and then Chambro Brie is racing fourth. But Casper Swamp Girl was able to get into the pocket on the back of Smoking Reactor. Significance was third as they race past the to the opening quarter. Then it is Chambro Brie. Amblinette is racing fifth. Then it is back to Happy Looker and Maddie's Credit, and then Sirius Star and Top Royal. But it's Smoking Reactor who's got the lead at 3-1. Casper Swamp Girl also 3-1 is filling the pocket, and Significance is on the inside third. Then it is Chambro Brie. There goes Amblinette now, who's going to work first over as the field comes off the turn, and following to the outside, Happy Looker's in a good spot second over and advancing, and then Maddie's Credit and Top Royal and Casper Swamp Girl. Smoking Reactor and JR Plot to the half in 57-4, and moving on the outside and getting a little bit closer is Amblinette, and on the inside Casper Swamp Girl is still there in the pocket on the back of Smoking Reactor, and Happy Looker is right up there second over fourth, looking at the back of Amblinette, who is second. On the inside fifth is Significance, then it is Chambro Brie, and back further on the outside is Top Royal, and then we have Maddie's Credit and Sirius Star, but it is still Smoking Reactor. 3/4 125-4. Smoking Reactor and Amblinette. Casper Swamp Girl to the inside. Happy Looker and then Significance and Chambro Brie. They turn for home. It is Smoking Reactor. Might have to deal with Casper Swamp Girl, who's looking for the passing lane. And then it is Amblinette. They come on down the stretch drive. Smoking Reactor continues marching gamely to the finish. Casper Swamp Girl was second. 3 across the track for third. It might have been Significance. Also right there was Amblinette 150. 4-2 race number 10. Smoking Reactor smokes them in the 10th.
Yeah, definitely nice call there, Gary, with Smoking Reactor. You know, it was a bit of a toss-up for me if I wanted to go to the outside post or not. I went with the reverse order. I went with 8-4, and the Smoking Reactor off a big effort last time gets the job done. 3-1 on both these horses seems just a crazy price to me. And if someone ever said to me, hey, the lineup's going to be 4-8 in this race, I would have just bet that till my head hurt, because I firmly believe they were the best two mares in the race. I was just trying to figure out how it would work out.
Also, what is significant is that number 1 Significance, an inside post position in the Super High 5. That seems to happen.
Yeah, it seems to happen all the time. And, I went with Chambro Brie as opposed to that one on the bottom end of my ticket, and certainly looked like that one finished third. Significance got third at 9-5. Wish I put this one up a little higher, and I didn't. But I still think that, these two tonight, 3-1, I'm still shocked by that.
Yeah, it was impressive, though, that Smoking Reactor, it did look like a Casper Swamp Girl would have beaten her if they'd have gone a much further distance, because she was really up to it. There is the top 5. 4-8, 1-9-2. 9 Amblinette raced really well, and 2 Chambro Brie to round it out.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? Also, shout out to Colin Kelly, by the way, from Post 8. That was pretty slick, slipping into that 2-hole there. Left out like a rocket. Had to settle for the 2-hole behind Smoking Reactor, but not easy to slip in there, and that's really what set up that exacta.
4-8, 1-9-2 is the top 5, and number 4 Smoking Reactor is 7-year-old Auckland Reactor Bay mare, owned and trained by JR Plot, who's also the winning driver, 5th win this year, 10th lifetime. Smoking Reactor in 154-2. The 10th race payouts number 4, Smokin' Reactor, 830, 430, and 330. 8 Casper Swamp Girl, $4, $3.60. 1 Significance, $2.70. $2 Exactor, $48.20. Dollar Try, $83.80. Double, $33.40. The dollar win for is 402.35. Dollar high 5, 1284.55. Tenth race, order finish from the tops at 357-168-924. That's 357-168-924. That does conclude the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. There's a look at the photo for 4th. That concludes the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Monday's also concluded, but that was 2 days ago. Live racing action resumes on Friday. I got a day off tomorrow. I think I need it. Live racing on Friday will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.